I'm here to tell you I am certainly glad to see you folks. Very fortunate, and I think all of y'all know what happened, and I really appreciate it. I know there was many a prayer sent up, and for that I'm very thankful and appreciative. And very fortunate, I am told, to even be here. For you that did not know what it was, I had a aortic, where'd my wife go? Aortic,
Tear.
I want to say an infraction, but that's not right. Dissection, aortic dissection. My aorta bursted, and the doctor told Judy that another 2 minutes, and I wouldn't have made it when I got to the hospital. And I'm just worried. They took me to surgery, and I come out in about 3 or 4 hours, and they had to take me back in because it started bleeding again. But I am very thankful for your prayers and for all the many cards I got, for all the many phone calls and visits. It's been remarkable. And for that, I'm very appreciative. All right, we'll get started. Mike Carter's going to open, and Lori's going to lead the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Merry Christmas, everybody. I speak for the whole board when I say Christmas came early for us this year. We got our chairman back. Very thankful for that, and it's so good to see you, Ronnie.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
With that, let us pray. Lord, in this holy season of prayer, song, and laughter, we pray you remember the sick, the homeless, and the families that have lost loved ones this year. We praise you for the great wonders you have sent us, the shining stars, angel songs, the infant's cry in a lonely manger, for blessed are the little children. We ask that you guide this board today in all the decisions that we make here today, and in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to thank the board for everything that they done and for keeping me updated. Chris and staff and Tim for taking over and giving me the phone calls that they did while I was out, and keeping me apprised of what was going on and all of that. I truly appreciate it more than you'd ever have any idea that I did. I want to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year now while I think about that. Okay, we begin our meeting with them. We already had the invocation and everything, and so we need to do the approval of the agenda. Are there any thoughts or concerns about the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Have we got anything on the agenda that needs to be changed or amended? I don't see nobody shaking their head, and I don't hear nobody saying anything. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I will.
Second.
Sorry.
And we got a second. All right, all approved by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay, our Christmas parade was this past weekend. I was thinking, I told my wife, I said, this is the first one I missed in 15 years. And, but anyway, somebody would have had to pick me up, put me up in that parade, that box.
That's a picture of our
I
flag.
saw that. That was, and that's what I'd like to do. I want to thank each one of the members and the board members and staff that attended. And I'd like to take a moment to ask and recommend Mr. Brad Osgood. Brad, you here? There you are. Come up, please. Where's that thing? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm going to read this, and then it'll be presented to you. There's nothing there to read. This was a Best Inventive Mind for the Christmas Parade 24. This certificate is presented to Brad Osgood in appreciation of his time and creative ability. And do we have a picture of it that we can put up there? We've got a picture of it in our book, but we don't. I hope everybody saw that at the parade. But Brad, I want to thank you for what you did and for your the time that you took, that you had to put into that. And I appreciate it a whole lot. Thank you, Brad. Thank you a whole lot. That was real nice of you. Thank you. That took a lot of time.
Hey, that's kind of look good.
And that wasn't easy.
And that's not easy. Yeah.
That was a lot of work. Plus the idea for having it.
Yeah.
That was really
Thank
nice.
you,
Thank you,
Brad.
buddy. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, the consent agenda. We've got 3 items on our consent agenda. Anybody got anything, any comments? Or want to pull any of them and talk about them? Or is everybody happy with the consent agenda? Everybody's shaking their head, yes, okay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, buddy, that's good. All right, I need a motion.
I make a motion we approve the consent agenda as presented.
That's presented. How about a second?
Second.
We got a second? All in favor? Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call on that one?
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Thompson?
Yes,
I'm sorry, Chair Thompson.
yes. All right, Mr. Cassell, Brian Cassell with VDOT. You come and good to see you today, buddy.
Very good to see you today. Chairman Thompson and members of the board, it's good to be here with you all today. I was going to make a joke, but I'm especially glad that you called me up here because Mr. Cundiff was sitting right behind me, and he was asking me about bridges in Lynchburg and Roanoke and guardrail and carrying on, but he got up and left me, so no, we'd like to carry on. But especially good to see you, Chairman Thompson. Welcome back. Good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
buddy. Appreciate
So
it.
we've got our VDOT road report here for the month of December. We'll get right to it. Activity for the previous 30 days, the Route 641 Callaway Road Bridge is completed and the road's open. Route 657 Red Valley Road, we had a pipe replacement project, which that road is back open. And then on 220, we had various patching going on and up through the county, out in Hardy area, and all that work is complete for 2024. Activities for the next 60 days, of course, it's ongoing at this point. Route 640, 6 Mile Post, pipe replacement project, and the road is closed. We're on track. The pipe's been installed, the head walls are installed, and we're doing some detail work to clean up and hopefully open it up maybe next week. So that's good news. Moving on to page 2, the Summit View Business Park, the connector road is in progress. That's nearing completion. And down at traffic studies, we did submit to our traffic engineering department for Route 40 to consider extending that speed limit, as Mr. Tatum brought up last month, which basically is reviewing the existing 40-mile-an-hour speed limit between Route 1058 West Franklin to approximately a half mile west of Route 748 Turner's Creek.
Thank you.
And then next page, I'm pleased to report the bundled projects on 220. They actually were awarded, and so we've got projects that are getting ready to go to construction. These are bundled projects, 3 in Franklin County. I think there's 2 in Roanoke and 1 in Henry. They are going to be built at differing times. I'm not sure what our date is actually for the construction of the ones we have, but it's of course 220 at 635 Bomberg Mill, 220 at 697 Works Road, and 220 at 619 Sontag. So those have been awarded, and we'll hopefully see some activity next year. And lastly, I'll bring up Route 705 Chestnut Hill. We have a bridge replacement project coming up. That's going to be an extended period where it'll be closed. The bridge itself is posted now. We're even a school bus can't travel over top of it. So I want to bring that up. It's scheduled for advertisement this month, and so hopefully we'll get bids back and they can go to work sometime early next spring or summer. But I do want to bring up, we actually have a maintenance project that we're going to be doing there just in advance of that bridge closure. We have a pipe that's failing, and it's about 50 feet from the bridge on the north side or to the 40 side of the bridge. And so we need to go in there and replace that pipe. We're going to do that project beginning tentatively January 27, 25, and scheduled to reopen March 14th. We hope to open it sooner than that, but we do know there's some rock in there that we may hit, and that can cause some trouble during the construction process. But wanted to make you aware of that situation because we'll close it for a period to replace the pipe. Then we'll open it, and then we'll, of course, close it again for an extended period. But we want to do that because as part of the bridge project, when they do the paving, they will pave through and over that pipe. So we would not want to go in there and replace that pipe after fresh pavement. So that's our goal, trying to meet that. So that concludes our report this month. Be glad to answer any questions.
Anybody? Mike?
Thank you, Brian. I had a phone call about the Summit View Brick Church Road. Where that connects to the old part of Brick Church Road, they complained a lot of big potholes, so I actually drove through there today, and it is pretty rough, so they need to put some gravel in there or smooth that out or something.
Yeah, we actually had a phone call today about the construction update that was brought up. Contractors tending to it today.
Okay.
It's due to some of the rains that we've had, he said. So they're doing their best to monitor that and hope to get that paved over very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Lori?
Yes, hi, Brian, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a quick question, it's somewhat redundant, but at the intersection of Scruggs and 122, where the culvert is, it is just washed out, it's full of water, and I could not recall what type of remediation needed to be done there, because I think that junction box or something that's in on the other side of the street maybe, or maybe it's even on that side, has something to do with it. Can you refresh my memory on that?
Sure. So if you're on Scruggs looking to make a right onto 122 North,
Correct.
yes. So we have a plan. It's a tight situation right there, and as you
Yes.
know, we've got many trucks with trailers on it, and even vehicles track over into it, trying to avoid the vehicles stop to make a left onto Scruggs. Our plan is that's a traffic box that controls some of the signal stuff. We're going to relocate that box, and then we're going to pave all the way over to the edge of the signal base. There's a concrete base where that signal is. So we'll get a little extra hard surface there to try to keep that from happening. And we're probably going to have to put some delineator on the edge of that concrete signal box just to keep people from running into it. But
Do you have any idea on time frame?
we had hoped to get to it this year. That didn't happen.
Right.
So we'll get to that next year for sure.
Okay. All right, thank you, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else got any questions or comments? Brian, I was afraid you was gonna steal my thunder there a while ago, but I knew Mr. Cundiff was here. And I saw him earlier, and I was gonna ask him if he had any questions for you about 220 out there.
He already hit me up.
Oh, he already did. Tommy just picking on you, buddy. All right, thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Merry
And
Christmas.
On behalf of all of us at VDOT, Merry Christmas to you all and Happy New Year's to you.
You too,
Thank you,
Brian.
buddy. All right, we're gonna move right along. I don't think we need a break this early. Everybody told me they was okay. Mr. Chapman, Paul Chapman. Where's he at?
Right there he is.
Huh?
Paul, I think it's the Corbin stuff, maybe. Skip Corbin.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, shoot, I'm way up there. I done jumped way down there. Oh, I done jumped way down there. I'm really ahead of everything. We may need a break after a while. Corbin Stone, I'm sorry. Mr. Stone, I'm really jumped down there too far. For that, I
I
apologize.
thought I was getting a pass and I wouldn't have to give my presentation.
No, sir, you're not gonna get by that easy.
No, thanks for having me. I'm glad you're back,
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank
all
you.
the board members for having me. The audit went really well this year. You've got a couple handouts in front of you, an audit presentation, a letter to those charged with governance, and then our audit recommendations from the audit. And the audit report itself, it's 174 pages this year. We're not going to go through that document today. We're just going to go through the presentation, and then I'll open it up for any questions. But like I said, the audit went very well. We're actually presenting a month earlier than last year. The audit report is right off the presses. So go to your handout, the audit presentation, and you flip to, I've got it up on the screen there. I'll kind of walk you through a few things. In the audit report itself, on page 11, of course, the audit report's a large document, and this is really just kind of a summary. On page 11, you get the independent auditor's report, and you did receive what we call an unqualified or unmodified opinion. You can't do any better than that. So we think the financial statements are materially correct. Brian's management discussion and analysis starts on page 14, which kind of gives a summary of the financial statements. It's a good introduction to the financial statements. Exhibit 1 is the statement of net position. That's on the full accrual basis of accounting. That's on page 23 of the financial report. And that's theoretically kind of a summary of all the county's assets, all the county's liabilities, and the ending net position. Exhibit 3 is a balance sheet on modified accrual accounting, and that's on page 25 of the report. That's basically almost cash basis accounting, which is what we're going to focus on in a little bit when I show you some of the numbers. You have a government auditing standards opinion on page 165, federal grant compliance opinion on page 167, and then our schedule of findings and question costs on page 172. And we do have one finding there, and I'll go over that in just a minute. So in front of you, you got 8 years worth of information on the next page of the handout, and also on the screen. And basically, revenues have been growing at an annualized rate of about 5.4%. So this is just taking the general fund, showing you the various categories of revenues and how they've been growing. In 22, you went to twice a year tax collection, so that's why you've got a big bump in 22. But even kind of ignoring that, you've got an annualized growth rate of about 5% on taxes. Overall, the annualized growth rate on all your revenues in the general fund are about 5.4%. The next page, we're doing the same thing except showing the expenditures. Operating expenditures grew by about 4.8% on an annualized basis from 2017 to 2024. So revenues, I'll flip back, revenues at 5.4, expenses at 4.8 or 4.79. Debt service has been growing at about 2% a year, going back to 2017. And then total expenditures, which includes debt service, have been growing at about 4.6% a year. So revenues are growing at 5.4%, total expenditures at 4.6%. And you look at the bottom, and fund balance has been growing at an annualized rate of about 13%. So that little differential can really make a difference in your ending fund balance, and that's what we're seeing here. The next couple pages, I'm just graphing out, basically your sources of revenue, so you can see that general property taxes make up the bulk of your revenue. Expenditures, education is going to make up the bulk of your expenditures, and I'm just showing you where you spend your money in the different functions of government. And then I want to review the county's reserves. Up at the top, you can see the general fund balance, like I said earlier, been growing at an annualized rate of about 13.2%. Down at the bottom, we see unassigned fund balance has been growing at a rate of about 12.5%. And when I say unassigned, I mean you haven't committed it or assigned it for any specific purpose. It's basically there to meet the ongoing operations of the county. When we compare that to a percent of expenditures, you can see it is now at 27.5%. GFOA recommends a minimum of 16.67% of your unassigned fund balance compared to total expenditures. So you guys are doing a little bit better than the recommendation. I wouldn't say it's too high by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's a healthy fund balance. And what we expect to see over the next couple years as the federal stimulus money kind of dies down from ARPA, there are going to be some challenges, particularly at school boards. They received a ton of money from the federal government, and that's drying up. It's going away. So we do expect, would not be surprised if fund balance didn't go down over the next couple of years just because of an increase in operating expenses. The other thing that happened with the stimulus money, it did create a little bit of inflation, and that typically doesn't go backwards. People don't lower their prices once they take them up. So we would not be surprised if fund balance didn't drop a little bit in the next couple of years. The next page is just kind of go over the findings and recommendations in the audit report or from the audit. Like I said, we had one finding in the audit report in the back. We recommended some adjusting entries to the school board's books. We didn't find any issues with cash. Their cash balances were correct. We recommended adjustments to their receivables and payables at the end of the year. They just had not picked up all of those amounts. But anytime we make a significant number of adjusting entries, we have to report it to you as a finding in the report. Other recommendations we had, or other significant recommendations, right now you've got a tax software and the general ledger software. We would like the general ledger to kind of track your delinquent balances. And then you could compare your detailed listings on tax revenue, or tax receivable, I should say, back to what's showing up in the general ledger as what that balance should be. So I think you post your original assessment, and that's going to equal your delinquent tax list on the date you posted. Then as people pay, this general ledger account should go down, and so should your detailed listing. And we just compare the two to make sure they appear correct. Actually had a Parks and Rec bank account that we weren't aware of, that they were just using basically to deposit money to and turn around and write a check to the county for various events. We want that account, at least at a minimum, to have someone at the county review that account monthly to make sure nothing else is going through there, just so we get a second set of eyes on it. The other thing we had this year, and it's in the management comment in a couple areas, we now have the ability, we can key in your employer identification number and the school board's employer identification number into a treasury site, and it will populate all the accounts that have been opened under those numbers. So that's how we found out about the Parks and Rec account. It popped up, and we didn't, it wasn't with the treasurer, it wasn't in administration, we didn't know where it was. So that's how we found out about that. We also found several accounts at the school board that they're still looking into to try to figure out what they are. Now that could be a band booster has opened an account and used the EIN of the school board to do that. It could be a booster or whoever. We just don't know. But we still have 3 accounts, not significant to the financial statements, that they're tracking down now to try to figure out exactly what they're for. It's kind of a need. It's the first year we've been able to do that, and I think it's going to be really beneficial down the road. So if somebody tries to go out and open an account in your name, we're going to know about it as we conduct the audit. And the other comment we had at the bottom there was centralizing the cafeteria funds with the treasurer. We'd like to see those accounts under the control of the treasurer and have this board appropriate funds to be spent. When you go to centralized cafeterias instead of decentralized, meaning each school would have their own account, we think that requires a county board appropriation. So we'd like to see those accounts kind of handled through the treasurer's office and have this board appropriate money for it. Upcoming standards, I won't go over these in detail. They're really not going to affect the county that much. Your financial report will look a little bit different, but not so different that you won't recognize it. We might add a few more pages. It might be 178 pages in the next couple of years. And like I said, the audit went very well. We're presenting a month earlier than last year. Brian and his team did a wonderful job of pulling together the records for the county. It's a very technical document at 174 pages. It's not easy to pull all that information together, but your staff does a wonderful job. So it's really a testament to their efforts throughout the year. So, and I'll stop there and try to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Stone? Lori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Stone. Welcome.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Just a couple quick questions on one of your last slides on the reported findings. The findings relative to the school board, did they rise to the level of material weaknesses?
They do. They do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so are they recorded within the context of this larger document?
Yes, ma'am.
As material weaknesses?
Yes, ma'am.
And when will the follow-up be on those material weaknesses?
Well, what they'll do is they'll submit a corrective action plan with their federal filings. There's really no follow-up from the federal government or the state government for that matter. And then we'll follow up next year to see if there's been, some improvement, I guess. But like I said, the main thing was just posting receivables and payables at the end of the year. It wasn't, we didn't see any issues with the cash balances. It's just digging into what grants are are owed back to them from the state and federal government.
And just to help me understand, because I don't know, with the centralization of cafeteria funds through the treasurer, what is the distinction with those funds versus the pass-through of some of the other school funds? Why are they carved out as such?
Well, cafeteria funds used to be carved out because each school had their own account.
Right, right.
And they would buy their own food and pay their folks, and then most school systems centralized it. So they said, we're going to take over that function at the central office. The only difference here is that's what's going on. The only difference is we'd like for that account to go through the treasurer's office and those expenditures be subject to appropriation by this board.
As all the, I mean, there are no other funding streams that you've identified with the schools that are not going through the pass-through?
No, that's,
Okay.
everything else is going through the treasurer's office. We're not
Okay.
aware of anything else that's out there. But when they centralized years ago, we felt like that should have been brought into the treasurer's office.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want- Anyone else? Anyone? Okay.
This might be a question for Brian, I'm not sure. I remember last year when we had this report, the track delinquent tax balances in the general ledger. Wasn't that a recommendation last year? as
Yes, sir.
well? What steps are we doing to get that?
Well, the short answer is they're two different systems that don't talk to each other, so it would take money, probably to do the integration. And to be honest, we just haven't been able to get there. It's been either the money or it's been staffing shortages. And so, you know, one thing to keep in mind, Mr. Mitchell, is the treasurer tracks it on one system that doesn't talk to our ledger. So there's no real way for us to track it without just manually adjusting that every month. So we've talked about it, but then other things get in the way that tend to be higher priority before we get back to it. But you are correct, it's a repeat finding, and that's something we'll continue to look at, but there's likely going to be a cost to it if we want to do it probably the way I would like it, and maybe I'll back it down a little bit. But if we're going to reconcile, I'd really like a little bit more integration between the systems, and I don't know how that works because they're two separate software. So the only other option we know of is manually have the treasurer write a report, and we could adjust every month. But ultimately, we in finance don't have access to any of those records, so we'd have to rely heavily on the treasurer's office to do the reconciling. We only get it as a lump sum on our system.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Stone, for that report. We appreciate it.
You're absolutely welcome. It's my pleasure. And my contact information is on the cover of that handout.
Oh, yes,
So
sir. Thank you.
Any of the board members have questions, just give me a call, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Thank you.
Christmas.
Good to see you. I've got a question too, but it's going to be for Brian when he gets up here. And he's next. It's your turn, buddy. You may or may not know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the tax collection is going?
I do. We have that coming up in the finance report.
Okay, well, I'll just be quiet.
But I think we'll give you some clarity on that.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, it's good to see you back.
Thank you, sir.
We
Good to
certainly
be
missed
back.
you.
Good to be seen. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you, members of the board, for your time today, and Mr. Stone for the audit report. As you review any other of that information you were just provided, if there's any questions, please reach out to us. We'll be happy to get you an answer. But as far as our finance report, we are looking through November, and so 5 months of the fiscal year, so we'd be looking 41.6%. And so other than property taxes, they're not monthly, as we know, they're once or twice a year, so that's going to fluctuate. But our revenues are meeting that benchmark. What we are seeing, we'll get into a little more detail, is a tightening of those revenues when we compare to year over year. So I think we're seeing a contraction in the economy, a little bit to what Mr. Stone was talking about, is the federal money is running out. And so I think in addition to that, with the inflation that caused, we're starting to see people are also running out of money. And so I think I saw a stat the other day, about 25% of people are still paying off their credit card balances from last Christmas. And so that gives you an idea of where people are stretched in the money that they're spending on things. So to graphically show you. Don't get worried, but November revenues are way down from where we were this time last year. And so to graphically show you a little bit more detail, that is in the property taxes that's causing that reduction at this point. And so I'll break down that a little further. The real estate tax, you can see, is down. It's almost $6 million down from the end of November last year. What looks to be causing that in consultation with the Treasurer's Office is just the late Thanksgiving holiday. A lot of times it's usually a little earlier, so we have a longer collection period. So basically, they're catching up from the week after Thanksgiving through December 5th, plus all the mail that came in that was stacked up over that holiday period. And so there's not really a concern on the collections. We kind of see as they're making daily deposits in December that we are catching up. So, but as far as the end of November goes, it seems to be a timing in the reporting. We will have a better idea as they catch up. I think right now they're about probably a week or so from catching up on all the mail that came in over the holidays and through that December 5th. Remember, as long as it's postmarked December 5th, it's on time. And so it just takes that time for delivery and for them to be able to process all of the tickets that come in. And apparently a lot of people, because of the holiday, I'm guessing, waited till the last minute to send in their payment this year. So just working through the backlog. Personal property, we're seeing the same thing. And so we're down for November, not nearly as much, but we're still, we're about $1.4 million compared to the end of November last year. That puts us in the same position as we would expect for real estate. A lot of people pay their taxes at the same time. Okay. So sales tax is actually, it dropped a little bit from last month. And so this is something we're going to monitor because this is a significant portion of the county budget. This is, we budgeted just under $8 million this year for sales tax. And so we're close. We're down about 71,000 year over year, 2%. We were 1.5% above in our benchmark. Now we are still ahead of budget. And so remember, we want to be about 41, 42%. We're at 45%. So budgetarily, we are fine. We are anticipating we would be ahead of where we would want to be this time of year. But when you look at an actual year over year comparison, we are a little behind when November comes in. And remember, sales tax is really collected by the state and turned back around to us, so it's 2 months behind. So November collections that we received would have been September sales taxes. And so that's why you see in February the big jump, because that tends to be December's taxes, and it's just 2 months behind. So we will continue to monitor that. I think you see a tightening. I was looking at the state report. They have not released the November taxes. The October report, the state sales tax is up 0.4%. So and that's October. So November could likely show a decline there. We'll find out probably next week when they release it. So overall, I don't think we're any different than probably what statewide is seeing at this point. So for meals tax, we ran a little behind again, and so we were a little bit closer to even last month. So it dropped a little bit. To 2% behind, or $15,000. It's a much smaller portion of our budget as far as the overall, only about $1.5 million. And so, but you can see the drop on the light blue line that we're looking at for the current fiscal year. So we're still ahead of budget. We're just under 50% of budget. Remember, we want to be at that 41, 42%. So from our budget planning, we're fine. We're not concerned about meeting budget at this point. Same way with occupancy tax. Actually, occupancy tax had a good month, and so now we're up. We were behind last month. We're up 1.3%, a little over $3,000, and so. But I think what you see across all of these taxes is the tightening. We're not seeing significant increases. I think you're seeing probably a combination of uncertainty in the economy, at least at this point in time. We will see how that changes as Federal Reserve makes policy changes. We'll see about the new administration at the federal government level, what that looks like. But as far as where we are at this point in time through November, there still seems to be uncertainty in the economy, or just a lack of ability to really fund more than they were able to fund last year. Our taxes are pretty tight. All above projected levels for budget, though, so that's our main goal. So as far as expenditures, we were up a little bit for November, but when you look percentage-wise, break that down by category, we're up in typically where you would find the staff, the people or the programs. So public safety is up. And that includes, of course, not just the department, but that's the function. So that's sheriff, corrections, fire, EMS, all of those. And so we would expect that. We plan for those increases because that's where a lot of the personnel categories go. Health and welfare is up a little bit, and we always break that down for you. Actually, social services so far is down compared month over month. CSA is up a little bit. That's not surprising. We're still seeing complex cases and large percentage increases in our CSA costs. That's a statewide concern as well. One of the budget pressures I know the General Assembly will be facing in the upcoming budget is putting money aside for CSA. So we're in good company, I guess I should say. So the fund balance, we did update this with the audited fund balance that you were just presented with. So it did not change much. I will say it was about 120,000, I think, or so off from the projection I gave you 2 or 3 months ago. So we're pleased with that. There's a pretty solid number that we were able to present to you. So the final audited was up a little bit from that projection. We're looking at backing out all of the previous items that the board has approved for rollovers or restoration of capital, all of those things for the prior months, and our updated 20% policy minimum on revenues. With the new audited revenue number, we're just under $20 million above our policy limit that hasn't been obligated at this point. And so in previous action, we still have our $1 million budget stabilization reserve, and we restored our capital reserve to $1 million as well. So economic and state budget update, we are looking at, just released, I believe yesterday, November has a 2.7% increase in inflation, CPI, the Consumer Price Index. It's 3.3% for core inflation. That core index excludes food and energy, but that does include your housing, your vehicles. I did see that used vehicles are up even more than new vehicles month over month. And so you're still seeing inflationary pressures in the economy, I think is what we'd say. But I think what we would expect is 2 things. I think as the stimulus money runs out, unless the federal government issues another round, you'll probably start to see that inflation reduce as monetary policy stabilizes a bit in the economy, and hopefully the supply chain and all of those things as well, because as everybody's spending this federal money, everything is, that's why we have a delay in fire apparatus and ambulances and HVAC equipment, because everything is maxed out as far as production capacity, spending through that money. The unemployment rate was up a little bit from last month. It's 4.2%, it's 4.1% last month. Rebound a little bit, but there's still a significant amount of jobs that are government related or healthcare. There, as far as what's being hired and what's being filled, a lot of the other jobs are not, in my opinion, as strong. The Federal Reserve did reduce and this is an update from last month. They have not met yet. They reduced their rate by 0.25%. That's still the target rate, 4.5, 4.75. Their next meeting is December 18th, 17th, and 18th. There is some consensus that there may be a reduction at that meeting, and then they may take a break, see where that goes for a while. But we continue to monitor that. We've planned for that as far as the revenue and investments in the budget, and that only helps us if we need to utilize any kind of borrowing, things of that nature. It just makes the funding cheaper. And so the other thing that we're going to be waiting on in January, we'll have a planned work session for revenue projections and looking at the upcoming budget. So the governor is scheduled to present his proposed budget on December 18th. So we will have an idea of what the governor's priorities are. Of course, all that is a proposed budget presented to the General Assembly that will then take it. It can be completely different by the time it's adopted. But for us, it gives us an idea of what funding obligations we may have as a locality. So we'll combine that with our local tax collections and projections and have some information for you at that meeting. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't know if that answered any of your property tax questions, but if not, I'll be happy to deal with
No, you answered my question.
Awesome. Thanks, sir.
You answered my question. Anyone got any questions for Mr. Carter?
I have a quick one,
Or-
Mr. Did you have a?
No.
Brian, just a quick question. When you were going through the deficit numbers on revenues, when we consider the aged receivables, is that something that rises to the level of that number that would be significant enough for us to have in our monthly financial reporting? Are the aged receivables part of that number?
Typically, we won't at this point start measuring aged receivables.
Right, because I know it's early right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But we do look at an aged receivables report. Typically, now with twice a year real estate, probably one we'd look at more. I usually only look at that at the end of the fiscal year. Historically, our collection rate has been about 97% for real estate. Usually you have about I'll say a 60-day run out. So you may have some that are late, but they pay them within 60 days of the due date.
Sure.
And so if you, when we look at trend, typically we are about $1 million short of what we expect to be at December 5th for both real and personal. And over the course of the remaining 6 months of the fiscal year, we collect that. Personal property has a lower collection rate. I think that's somewhere around maybe 92, 93%. And so what we do is we look for fluctuations in that. And if we see revenues aren't meeting or being collected on par with our historical trend, we reach out to the treasurer's office and ask for that aging receivable just to make sure that's still to be collected. And of course, the treasurer's office, as soon as they get through the backlog here, we'll start the process of the notification, second notices, and all of those.
Okay, thank you, Brian. That explains a lot. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dan, you got anything? Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Just a quick question. Under the transient occupancy tax, I assume there's some short-term rental money figured into that.
It should be.
Do you have any way to break that out to give us a percentage?
The commissioner's office gets that report, and assuming that they would be willing at least to share the data in aggregate, we'll certainly ask for that number.
Okay.
I think it depends on the data. I've never seen the report. I think it's probably not aggregated very well because I think it's just a data dump from the state. So it probably would be some work on their end, which is probably why it's not a nice synthesized report every month. If we could just run it, it'd be easier. But yes, sir, I will be happy to follow up on that.
I would be curious, and I think the rest of the board, to see that figure
Okay.
moving forward.
I have a feeling, and this is just me speaking anecdotally, that short-term rentals are a very high percentage of that number just because we don't have a lot of hotels in the county. And so in the town, hotels and town limits do not count. We do not collect that money, so this is outside of town limits. And so I would venture that's probably a pretty high number is short-term rentals. I will follow up on that for
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mitchell?
Brian, would you go back to the real estate tax line graph you had there?
This one?
Okay, so
Okay.
run it by me one more time, your reasoning. All right, because just looking at this compared to 23, 24, we are approximately, I mean, is it fair to say 7 million behind?
Yeah, about 6 million behind.
So, and the purple being this year and the
Yes.
blue being last year.
Correct.
What did you say the reasoning for being that far below is?
A lot of it appears to be timing at this point. Thanksgiving holiday was later this year, and so it seems like everybody waited till instead of 2 weeks to pay their taxes before December 5th, there was only 1 week to pay their taxes before December 5th. So there seems to be a larger backlog in the treasurer's office. We probably have it collected. It just hasn't been processed, deposited, and posted in the system yet.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? James? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, we've got a break scheduled here, but do we need it?
No.
You might need a break.
You've
We're
got
good.
one- You've got one
We're-
more issue.
huh?
You've got one more
Yeah,
issue.
we got one more here,
Brian.
but we're pretty good. Brian's got another thing to talk about here though first.
I do, if you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'll stop. So, I don't know, last month I have printed copies again, and I'll hand those out for us to look at for the board.
Thank you.
It's this one.
Thank you.
All right, so for presentation, this is probably a rehash of what you received last month, so I'm going to flow through the slides really quickly. Really like to get to board feedback and consideration, and certainly try and answer any questions that we can if you have any as you've reviewed it. And so really for us with our operating surplus, and so we anticipated a surplus of about $3.5 million, and that's what we were factoring into our estimate of fund balance. And so that was a little bit higher than we projected. We were a little more conservative on our projections. So out of all of that, most of that was due to conservative revenue projections, real estate, personal property, in particular sales as well, and also interest earnings on investments. There was about $295,000 in savings that we were looking at when we excluded what we would call the outliers, which were the departments that we needed to supplement a little bit. And so we went through a process over the last few months of certain approvals. Our priority was restoration of capital that was adopted in the CIP, and we just weren't able to fund. Or high priority items. We mentioned the pharmacy system for public safety and the body-worn camera system for the sheriff's office. So we kind of instituted those a little bit quicker. And we had a financial planning discussion with Davenport last month. They went through some scenarios for you as far as planning for any future spending and what that looks like. And then last month we provided the recommendations, and that was handed out to you for review. So just to give you a real high level very quickly of what's previously been approved, so a little over $2 million, but the vast majority of that was restored capital already adopted by the board previously for this fiscal year budget. The October approval was restoring the fire apparatus that we weren't able to restore at the September meeting, putting a little bit more to that capital reserve to get it back up to $1 million. And then the volunteer grant program, we had another $50,000 for the fire, and then a separate for $30,000 for the EMS program. That would be the application process where they would submit applications again for review and board approval, and then we would disperse those payments as the documentation was provided to the finance office. So really at this point, we're to the remaining $284,000, and it's for the department rollovers. And so on the list that we had on the handout, the recommendation is basically the fourth column for what staff is recommending. It starts with $1,000 for the treasurer's office and office supplies. So for methodology, ultimately what staff looks at is a couple of things. First is we do not look to fund recurring expenses or requests with one-time money. So if a department was asking for a request, one that was a recurring or possible obligation in future years, we prefer not to fund those. The second is if they asked for something that was previously asked for, whether CIP or operating, we weren't able to fund it, we tried to prioritize those. We try to do that over new requests. We feel like if it's a new request, that really needs to go through the formal budget process. It shouldn't be the first time we're hearing about it in a rollover request. That's from staff's perspective, our methodology, and forming the recommendation. And then the last item is really just as we look at it, what are the priorities of the department? What are their budgetary savings? Historically, the board has asked for that. We provided that on the furthest column to the left as far as their operational savings. And so we look at that and say, well, if you had some operational savings, we put that into the methodology for what we would recommend to the board. And so with that, as you look down, we tried to fund the top one or two priorities of each department if they had available savings to fund them, or as long as they weren't recurring or they weren't items that really were more than a rollover request. Some of these items probably really are a budget request, and maybe we need to look at that as we go into the 2026 budget. So with that, that's the methodology. Mr. Chairman, if you want to go through line item by line item, I'm happy to do that, or if the members of the board just want to jump in with their questions or recommendations or amendments, be happy to work through that process.
I've got a couple questions, but I want to ask one first.
Yes, sir.
Before we do it, was there a work session on this while I was off? Or is this staff recommended?
We had several agenda items, either presentations or work sessions over the last 3 months. There was not a work session on this list other than it was handed out last month and we went through it with the board for time to review before this meeting.
All right, I'd like to ask the board their thoughts on this. Do we need a work session on this before we do anything to this, or is everybody comfortable? I'd like to have a work session myself to get caught up on what's going on. Now, that's just me, and I don't want to run the board behind.
Well, and something to remember, Mr. Chairman, is we've already appropriated how
Appropriated some of this money already.
Yeah, we've already appropriated.
couple
Bulk of
million.
it, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is really isn't
It's not really nothing
what's
to
left
do for
is
it. Yeah,
nothing compared to the big picture.
exactly, for the big picture. All right, I'm happy with it. Anybody got any questions for Brian?
Brian, your numbers are a little off for the totals versus the 284, 182.
We did. That just came to be what the ask was we got it within $30.
Okay.
Yeah, it just
and
happened to be rounding. Certainly
under
couldn't
the
do-
rationale you just spoke about
Yes, ma'am.
with recurring expenses
Yes.
being used with operational
Yes, ma'am.
funding, as an example, the trails and blueways under rec, 50,000 was requested and recommended is 25K. These are for capital maintenance
Yes.
and development.
Yes.
So my question becomes, if we're incurring maintenance, and this is a one-time deal, that's something we don't want to do, I would think. And if we've got development of trails and blueways, should that not be showing up in our CIP versus carryover request?
And so this is one of those items, it has been requested in previous years in the CIP. We've not been able to fund it by the time we fund their normal maintenance, I guess I would say, equipment replacement and those items. And so this is, for Parks and Rec, their requests were probably the best of all of the departments and actually going back and asking for what they previously asked for and not been funded. And so we felt like with what their budgetary savings were, we tried to address some of those. I can't speak to what the recurring maintenance would be. The typical understanding for me of that funding is that there's depending on the dollar amount, especially with trails and things, you get to a point and you can stop and leave it there until you get more funding to pick up like the next section or something along those lines. So what we looked at on this one was there could be a designated start and stop to capital funds for what we were able to recommend. And since it did align with a previous capital request that we weren't able to fund, same as the vehicle replacement, we put that as a recommendation.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what is, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, DSS, which we discussed some last meeting, the request was 30,000. I know you've met with our chairman, and there's been some discussion on that. For the benefit of the board, with the state's part and all that, we've sort of come to the conclusion it should be $10,000, and that's what we're requesting today. If you want to elaborate on that to the board a little bit.
Yes, sir, we did, and so I had discussions with the social services staff and their board, and so I think we clarified their request a little bit. Really, the ask of the county is about $10,000, and so they would look for that for overtime, and then they have a little bit, I'll call it marketing, is probably not the best term for it, but basically for their programs to get out in the community, basically their what they offer and what they could do. And so for the ask that is $10,000 rather than $30,000, and looking at what they want to do, if certainly something $10,000, especially with the additional 100 plus in our fund balance that with the audited number just obtained. If we'd like to add the 10,000 to this list, we can certainly do that. I think that conversation helped clarify. I do think probably what we want to do in the upcoming budget is really drill down on the overtime ask so that they're really asking for it in the budget and not as part of a rollover. But I appreciate their time and willingness to talk it through with me and discuss it. So that would be an addition to what we've proposed here, or we could take it from another line item. But I do understand the justification, and $10,000 is a lot different than a $30,000 ask for overtime. I think the rest would be covered by the state, so it was a little bit more palatable for us. So thank you, Ms. Carter. Be happy to answer any other detailed
I would
questions.
ask that the board members support the 10,000.
Where is that gonna come from out of these other items?
We can either add it or we can take away, that's board's discretion. Personally, it's $10,000. If the board would like to add it to the total number, our year-end surplus is fine. It's gonna be agreeable. We tried to balance to the original number. It's completely up to the board on that. If you would like staff to go back or make I prefer not to make a recommendation to you on cutting something on the fly. And so if you would like, if that's your direction, we can certainly do that and bring back something to you.
Anyone else? All right, we need a motion on this, especially on that, where we're gonna get that money from. Especially on where we're gonna get that 10,000 from. We need a motion on that. Someone prepared to make it? Mr. Carter?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the rollovers as presented with the addition of 10,000 to the DSS.
And that 10,000 to come from,
What would you like me to suggest that come from, Mr. Carter?
I think, Mr. Carter, it's just going to come from year-end surplus. Again, what we were operating off of was our projection, and the audited number came in a little higher than that.
Okay.
And so if that's the direction of the board, I would just say the additional year-end surplus once we have the final audited number.
We'll add that to the motion to come from the year-end surplus.
all right, and
I'm not trying to push this, and I support the 10,000 for DSS, but to come up and say $10,000 and let's just add it out of year-end surplus, I don't see how that's beneficial to what we're doing and sends a bad message to other departments. We had a set amount that we were looking to spend in rollover, and I think that's what we should be operating in.
okay. Got a motion, I need a second.
Second.
Got a motion on that. So, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison,
Yes.
and Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, do we need to make any more actions on that?
I don't think so,
we
Mr.
do.
Chairman.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Brian, next year when we do this, can we add columns enough here to show the year behind each time of what they had in carryover or what deficit it was or whatever? What they requested last year, what we're requesting this year? It would help me. I would like to see that.
Absolutely. We can add, where we run into an issue is just starting to fit it on a sheet of paper.
Right.
We tried to want to get it on one page, and really our big thing, as you can tell, the justification. We really wanted you to see all of that. Be happy to, Mr. Jamison. Whatever information you need, we can certainly revise this, amend it, and we could provide you various versions just to help with the analysis.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
in the future, I don't like this Phase 3 approach we did this year. I'm not doing that again. I would like to see everybody's rollover money up front before we start discussing how we're going to dispense this, and I would like the board to have input on this sheet from the beginning as to who gets what on these rollovers. I think that there should be more board involvement on these rollovers in the future. That's just my opinion.
You, someone else?
And Mike, I agree with you on that. I don't know what caused it, if it caused it this year from where we changed the proposed tax rate and what Chris's proposed budget was. I didn't like the way this worked at all. At all.
Anyone else? I see everybody shaking their head, except for, I think it's a good idea as well to have, or staff to do it that way. Chris?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, couple of things. This year, the reason why, I guess, one of the primary reasons from a statutory standpoint that it's brought back 3 different times is anytime if it's above 1%, of course, the budget has to, another public hearing and amending the budget. So this actually has been done the last 2 or 3 years. This year's a little bit different because it was maybe 3 times rather than 2 times. Of course, when the capital improvement budget was adopted by the board, that adoption with the board in the spring as part of the budget, the first thing was with any rollover to fund the capital first with rollover. And of course, that's what occurred back in September. And then to add anything back in the budget that was removed. And of course, in October, the large item that was removed from the budget was the fire apparatus for $850,000. To your point, Mr. Carter, and of course, Mr. Mitchell, staff and I, we have had some discussions regarding this. Many localities in Virginia actually go through a process, if you will, of establishing some policy with rollovers. Many localities automatically, by policy, roll any rollover automatically into capital reserves. There's no further, if you will, deliberation and so forth. It's just kind of automatic. And in a sense, we were able to do that with the capital reserves, but then also there are other type of reserves that some localities do, whether it be a health insurance reserve and those type of things. And so we as a staff, if it's helpful to the board, we can collect, some of that information, certainly from other localities, how other localities do that. But then, Mr. Carter, to your point, Mr. Mitchell also, I think what we can do is with the line items, if we want to kind of reverse this first and certainly with the line items and share that information up, first along with the capital rollovers, if that will be instrumental. But we can look at several different ways to do this and bring back information to the board, maybe as part of the budget process before we adopt the budget would be my recommendation. That way we would all know how this will play out next year. And hopefully there will be a surplus. We've been fortunate with conservative budgeting where we've had the healthy surpluses.
Well, I guess my heartburn comes with this. I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. These agencies that had some rollover and didn't get anything, there's no incentive for them to save anything next year, so they're going to spend it all. And quite frankly, I don't blame them. If I wasn't going to get it back anyway, I'd spend it. So you're not encouraging, in my opinion, savings. You're encouraging them to spend everything down because they realize they're not going to get it back anyway. And that's just my opinion.
That's always the risk, Mr. Carter, and even with the automatic roll into the general fund or capital reserves, that is a risk.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just make
Yes.
And Mr. Carter and Mr. Mitchell, I think that your suggestions have merit to the extent that this year and probably years previous, we were having a mixture of capital restoration with surplus and operational restoration. I'm almost of the opinion that we might want to look at some potential policy that would dictate how we as a board wish for this to proceed from year to year so that it's consistent and so that the expectations to staff are very clear when they've been good stewards of their budget. And then I don't know. I just think that we might want to consider something policy-oriented.
So it's uniform.
Yes, and consistent, and there's an expectation. And, as part of this conversation every year, we typically have been in a position where we have to look at the restoration of capital funds, in some cases where we go into the capital reserve for items during the course of the year. And then we have a disciplined practice where we like to restore those monies into the reserve. And that's a small example of one of the policy regs that we would consider if we as a board wish to make sure that we're restoring money that's been tapped on the reserves, maybe even up to a certain percentage or a certain amount. But it might be interesting to have the staff come back at your discretion with some potential policy options to look at over the next couple months, if that would be the will of the board.
I agree with everything that's been said. It's perplexing to me, and I agree with what you said completely, Mike, about them at the end of the year wanting to spend money. But if we've got a department head that does that and staff comes up with it, do we really need that department head? Because they're not doing their job. It's their job. In government, I have learned since I've been on the Board of Supervisors, it seems to me like when you're in business, this is in the policy under the understanding that they're to save and make money. But in government, it seems like it's their policy or procedure to try to spend money more and more because it's tax dollars. And that's really perplexing to me, that when we got a department head, if they're going to come up and say, well, we're not going to get this money back, and we need to spend it, we don't need them. That's just my opinion. And I said that out loud too. And I think that's something. But I agree with what you said. That goes on all the time. I know it does. That there's a lot, especially when we see these surplus sales, they go on in different departments. And that's very perplexing to me. So I agree with everybody in what they said there. So I think maybe it's going to behoove us that in the coming sessions that one of our workshops be on this. And Mr. Whitlow, if you'll write that down, that one of our work sessions be on this particular item. Is that agreeable? Seems like everybody's shaking their head yes with this. Okay. Any more questions for Brian? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. All right, now, we've got here for a break, but do we need one? Everybody's shaking their head no. I think we can go right ahead and go with this. So, Mr. Chapman, will you come, please, Director of Parks and Rec, with the Aging Services and Parks and Rec updates. And I think you have some of your staff here. If you want to bring them up, and if they need to say something, that's up to you. You call the shots on that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chairman and members of the board. Glad to see you guys, and always appreciate you all making the time to see us, especially when I see you back, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce to you all, of course, we have 2 advisory commissions that you all know of, and of course, you appointed these people, but introduce you to the chairpersons of each of these advisory commissions. First, we have the Recreation Advisory Commission Chair, Jessica Gower, and I think she has a few made comments or words to share as well.
Myself and other members just wanted to always take advantage of the opportunity to say thank you to you guys for your dedication and also for helping us reach new levels. Paul is going to share the statistics and all of the numbers of growth, but one of the things, our format remains the same for our meetings. And each month we hear from one of their group people, and each month we hear how they just continue to do more and more and more. What they're given, they make the most of it. And several times this year, we've heard about grants that they have written and that they have earned. And so they're not just giving what they have, they take it and they make more out of it. And I know everybody in Franklin County benefits from that, from our youth to everybody in between and all the way up to seniors. So it's an amazing thing, and I encourage you to come and join us for a meeting in 2025. Maybe that would be something you would like to do. We would love to have you. But we'll let Paul give you all the details.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And next, with our Aging Services Advisory Commission, we have Miss Linda Handy.
Linda, please.
Yes.
Okay, Chairman and members of the board, it's my privilege as Chair of the Aging Services Advisory Commission to share with you the value of aging services and the progress we have made during the past year. The Office of Aging Services is a cornerstone in our community, ensuring that our older folks can age with dignity, purpose, and connection. These services support the well-being of our seniors. They enable them to lead active lives, and they remain engaged in their community and access the resources that they need to thrive. By investing in aging services, we not only enrich the lives of our older citizens, but also strengthen families and build a more inclusive community. This past year, we celebrated numerous successes. We hosted our most successful senior expo ever. We received a generous donation in the way of a grant from the Southern Area on Aging that allowed us to renovate the patio at the Essex Center. And we continue to initiate things like Produce in the Park, which provides fresh produce to the seniors, and also Soup for Seniors, that is delivered non-perishable food items. Overall, we offered 44% more activities than the previous year. More importantly, participation increased by 72%. I am pleased to report that this past year, 13,833 people participated in 241 activities that we provided. That's awesome. These accomplishments are a testament to the power of collaboration and your steadfast commitment to our mission. The staff that you have do amazing work and are truly an asset to this county. Together, we will continue to make Franklin County a place where all residents can gracefully live and provide support. And as a side, I'm going to go off script a little bit. Aging Services is guided by Paul Chapman, who has supported us and provided knowledge and insight to our mission. Thank you for your unwavering commitment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excellent. Yes, again, thank you all so much for having us today. And I do have some folks out here in the audience I want to make sure that I point out. Our Recreation Advisory Commission is made up by just a great eclectic group of folks that represent the diversity of Franklin County so well. So we have some folks here that are on our Recreation Advisory Commission that are here today. Ms. Reba Dillon is here. Al Flora, you guys can raise your hand. Even though most of these guys, Al Flora and Robert Holland are here on the Recreation Advisory Commission as well. Of course, you all just met Jessica Gower. And our Aging Services Advisory Commission, I think I saw, Pauline Nicholson is here. And of course, Linda Handy is here as well. So yeah, big thanks to them for all the advice and guidance that they give to us. Today, here's our mission statement. Today I'm going to share with you guys some stats and figures, and I love graphs and that kind of thing. But you know what? Some of those things don't always connect. And I will share some of those numbers with you. But it's really, it's these pictures. And I guess as I share with you some of these numbers, just know each of these numbers is a picture like this. This is, many of you all know, this is Flo Brown, and this is a picture. And I could share with you all the photos this is from the Aging or the Senior Expo that we did this past fall. And it was a big hit. And I could share with you all the numbers and people that were in there. But really, it's more about the connections. Flo and Charlotte making here, and these long, and gosh, I talked to Flo about this. Oh, that's Charlotte. She is such a character. And, it's these great connections that people have. It's only possible because of the programs that we offer. And I could share with you some photos from and some stats from the Gravel Grinder. That's this mountain bike race that we held down in Mr. Tatum's area of the county, down at Philpott, down at Jamison Mill. And these people had a great experience and attracted people from all over. But really, these people that evening gathered around the campfire and made connections that when they go back home, they'll remember. One of my favorite photos. Y'all might remember we did this mullet competitions. What's more Franklin County and more Americana than a mullet? And I could share with you all the impressions that we got, you can tell this young man is into this. But as you guys are smiling there, what a great experience to really embrace what's truly unique about Franklin County. How about youth athletics? That's one of the things that we just, it's probably the core of much of the Parks and Recreation side of things. And of course, you can see this program is about this kid, and I'm not sure, he must be doing something impressive here in the corner. For all we know, he's running the wrong direction. That sometimes happens a fair bit. But what's really more important is for each of these kids, there's usually an entire family, friends, spectators. There's these connections where people are sitting together with their neighbors and friends, and look at all these people in the crowd just having a great time. I know I'd go enjoy seeing my kids play, not only as much for watching them see them grow and learn those new skills, but also connect with my neighbors and chit-chatting and connecting with them. So anyway, keep in mind those things as we kind of go through these facts and figures. So who are we? We are primarily made up of contracted, and seasonal folks. So that's 71% of people are. There's those game officials. It's those time scorers. Those are the majority of folks. We also have our seasonal people, like the lifeguards and our seasonal maintenance staff we choose. But there are, and we have a number of folks. We have about 9 folks that are part-time. Those are the folks that are, for the most part, that are drivers for aging services. But the core of the full-time staffer, we have 18 of us, and there's a picture of most of us, and I have a few of them to point out here today. This does not include the 738 volunteer coaches that we have. So this would, if I add those in, it would really mess that scale up. As you compare us, kind of to other folks, and I'm sure you all do that. We all do that. Compare ourselves to other localities. It's always kind of good to see like how funding is stacked up. So this is like per capita funding, and so we're definitely higher than some small areas like Patrick and Pennsylvania County, but areas like Salem are definitely funded much more than we are. I say that just put that in perspective when we're comparing ourselves, but also too, if you compare our programs and services to some of our folks that are of equal funding, I think you all get a big bang for your buck. So what we offer with those staff is we offer first an aging services program. That's Marsha Cramblett. If you could raise your hand. Many of you all know Marsha Cramblett. We have athletics. That's Nikki Custer right beside her. Community recreation. That's also Marsha. She wears 2 hats. Outdoor recreation, Matt Ross. And then our parks and facilities is Ben Newbill right there. And a great team that we have that are pulling all those program areas together. So just to go over I do like some raw numbers. I know many of you all do too, but aging services, that's really, it's there to promote health and wellness and make sure that the quality of life for seniors is top notch. And really, we're comparative. We have an amazing aging services program here. I think we have probably one of the best. But Marsha's done some comparisons, done some trips to some nearby localities, and many times come home like, gosh, we have it so much better here. And that's really for your all's support. The Essex Center has been a great asset. Last year, speaking of the Essex Center, we had nearly 47,000 visitors come to the Essex Center. Yeah, as Ms. Handy mentioned earlier, we had nearly 14,000 seniors participate in 241 different activities. And those are everything from, it might be on information on a will or an information on using your smartphone. It might be on a matter of balance, teaching you to, it might be on some kind of health and wellness. It might be a knitting program. It's a wide variety, everything from frail seniors to very active seniors. And one of the programs that doesn't get talked about a lot, but is a huge asset for many folks and really heavily relied on is our medical transportation. Last year we provided nearly 52,000 miles of medical transportation. So those are folks that need a lift to, it's primarily medical care, medical and dental trips, and we have a great staff that promptly provide trips, and those drivers, I guess the added benefit of those is they usually make these very close connections with their drivers. As they're given to their medical appointments and back, they get connections with them, and I know that the people that we transport and the drivers both really value that. Athletics. This is Miss Custer's area, and of course, this is like the cornerstone of many parks and recreation programs. Last year, we had 3,844 participants in our programs. They played 1,461, 1,465 different games were played. So Ben Newbill's staff prepared a number of fields to make sure that was possible. But the biggest number that really impresses me, and I think it's impressed most of you guys, is 738 different volunteers stepped up to coach teams. And that is, such an investment, I think speaks volumes about what a great program we have, or a great county and community that we have here. I guess speaking of the...
That's a pretty picture you got there, that rainbow.
Yeah.
That's a double rainbow.
Yeah. That's pretty.
We have some great parks. One of the things I guess I want to share too is this current, we're going entering winter sports right now, so basketball, cheer, and wrestling. So last year we had 981. This year we're up by 98 kids. So this year we have 1,079 kids playing sports this year. So up by nearly 100 kids. So we fully anticipate this number, which is a big growth this year, increase again next year. Community recreation. These are programs that Marsha Cramblett oversees, and these are things like everything from knitting classes to special events to might be evening pickleball, it might be a program on finances or art. And again, she's part of that 46,000 people that come to the Essex Center, and she had 15,047 people attend 288 different programs. And probably the biggest hit this past year was her Easter egg hunt that her and Bailey O'Connor oversaw. We had nearly 2,000 attendees at Wade Park. So it's just one of those good problems to have. We had people overflowing everywhere, but they offer a number of great programs that really build community. One of the great programs this past year was this Princess Tea Party. And we knew it was going to be popular, but we didn't think it was going to be as popular as it was. We had little girls just pour out, and this is, of course, a photo from that event. So a number of just amazing programs offered. Outdoor recreation, Matt Ross's area. And these programs really highlight the outdoor amenities and the outdoor assets that we have here in Franklin County. Really works probably the closest with our tourism, Kevin Tosh, and our regional partners as well. You'll see many of our photos from our events are used in marketing, and we love to see that. Last year we had nearly 3,000 people attend 55 different activities and all kinds of neat things like concerts by canoe, farm fit. We've already saw that gravel gathering photo, River of Lights. Of course, it's a picture from our tubing at Wade Park. Just a ton of different things. And on top of that, we have 24 miles of trails that Matt oversees. Parks and facilities, this is the area that Ben Newbill oversees, and he's the guy behind the scenes making sure that everything looks good and usually do your job. You know you're doing your job the best when people don't recognize that you're doing it. It's one of those things that people don't recognize an empty trash can. They recognize a full trash can, that kind of thing, or a dirty bathroom. They don't recognize a clean bathroom. So him and his staff work really hard. As you can tell, like Brad Osgood does amazing and really talented with like the float, but they do that with everything from their daily maintenance to different projects throughout. And it's a testament by the number of people that visit our parks. We keep traffic counters at 3 of our parks, and just at those 3 parks, we had over 400,000 different visitors. So if you add on the other different parks, you usually say we're over 500,000 visitors at your Franklin County parks. We had, just one shot, I could have said 500, but we had 499 different shelter reservations. So we're busy throughout the year, and we had nearly 11,000 different visitors to the Smith Lake Community Park Beach. So all across the county, our parks are busy. I want to share with you all some recent successes. That Aging Expo that we offered this past September was a huge hit. We had nearly 90 vendors. We had over 500 attendees, and it was a huge hit. We've had many of our vendors come here and say that was the best. These people that go around, and it's part of their job. They go around and interact with people and promote their different services, and they come back time and time again and say that was such a great, well-organized expo. And it's really great because it's what we found. And the purpose, I guess I need to share with you all this. The purpose of this Aging Expo is to meet a need that we found out in our surveys and our talks to people, is that most of our seniors are unaware of what services already exist in Franklin County. It's not necessarily adding more, it's making them aware it's what already existed. And so Flo Brown and Marsha Cramblett said, what we need to do is an Aging Expo that really brings those two together, the people and the services. And so that's really meeting that need. And it has been just a great big hit. I mentioned this earlier about youth athletics, and this chart tells a story about, you can see the growth each and every year, and is expected to increase. But yeah, we had 11% increase from 23 to 24, and we expect to see that growth again this upcoming year. Lovely Valley Loop, I see Reba Dillon is of course here, and we were really excited this past April to open up the Lovely Valley Loop Trail there at the Smith Farm, and we thought That was a cold and blustery day. Many of you all were there, and we still had a great turnout. And that trail has been, we knew it was going to be popular, but I don't think anyone knew it was going to be quite as popular. Every time I go by, there's always a car or two there, and people are always calling and complimenting us. Or as soon as there's a tree falls, we probably know within the hour because somebody's calling us and letting us know because they love that trail and it's so well used. So it's been just a much more of a success than anybody had thought. Another, on the same lines, another success that we knew was going to be popular, but we didn't know it was going to be quite so popular, was the skate park there, the Rocky Mountain Skate Park on Technology Drive, right next to the YMCA. And it's hasn't seen much of a facelift for a while, and so we'll finally budget this in our CIP, and so we're able to add this great new skate bowl. And we thought this will bring some new life back into it, so people might appreciate it. But my goodness, people on social media and all the love, and people have just been really appreciative and have liked that. There's a photo here, and I like it that you can see this kid says Seaville, and I remember this kid was from Charlottesville. So we have people coming. This is not only do people here in Franklin County appreciate and notice when investments are done like this, people from, even a couple hundred miles away notice and appreciate this and come to appreciate it. This one is one of the ones that I'm most excited about, and I know Ben Newbill is too. The fence there at the Cement Lake Community Park beach was in rough shape. So this and a number of other things. The beach is going to look amazing this upcoming year. The beach, we've replaced the ticket booth and the lifeguard stands and the fencing. And so come this spring, the beach is going to look amazing. This doesn't show, this is right after it's put up. We just finished putting it up I guess it was wrapped up about the beginning of September. We started it right after the beach closed. And it's going to look amazing next year. We'll have umbrellas, and with a new ticket booth, it's going to look amazing. So it's those things that we've been wanting to do for a long time. And some of our initiatives, just to give you guys an update on this. You all were generous enough to fund a full-time maintenance person for our trails, and we are fortunate enough to have Daryl Haygood, and he's doing an amazing job over at Wade Park. If you go over there, people are already giving us reports, and I'm hoping you're hearing them, and that, oh my gosh, what's changed with the trails here? They're so much better. And so we really are excited about once he gets those trails up to snuff, that he can start expanding out to other places. In fact, we're already planning a trip out to the Cement Lake Community Park to do a couple of projects out there. But anyway, that's being noticed, and I'm hoping you all are hearing those positive comments as well. The other one too, about the other initiative, you all funded a part-time person to assist with those volunteer coaches. And so we're able to hire a great gentleman, Gil Warren, and he's been working with those coaches. And gosh, just last week we had a coach that wasn't able to coach, but we already had a team formed. What are we going to do? We would have been really, I don't know, we might have had to eliminate the team, tell those kids, sorry, you don't have a coach anymore, you guys aren't playing this year. I don't know what we would have done, but it was really easy. We said, hey, Gil, head out there, make practice tonight, keep that team going, and since then he's gotten another coach and has kept that going on. Anyway, it was almost seamless, but if we hadn't had him, it wouldn't have been. So anyway, those things have been great. But do you know what? It's not all, I like to paint it's all great. And there are so many things to be excited about and proud about, but there are some pressures and challenges, some things that people are, some, I guess, complaints, some things that people say that we need to grow with, some pressures and challenges. And usually these are from good things, such as parking at the Essex Center. Many of you all heard, and I think we have hopefully a plan for this in the coming years, but parking at the Essex Center. The Essex Center is so utilized, it's so popular that oftentimes people will say there's not adequate parking, especially for the people we serve there. That's one of the biggest needs we have. That and places just filling up. A good pressure, good thing, a good problem to have. Also, a heavy use, athletic games. Gosh, for a couple years now, we have expanded, improved. We made more efficient our parking areas, and they are still, because our athletics are growing. And it's not only just our participation is growing, but more and more people now go to view. It's not just maybe just dad or mom taking the kid. It's mom and dad and grandma and granddaddy and maybe an aunt and uncle. So it's way more people going as spectators, so parking has gotten to be a huge deal. So we keep it growing, expanding, and it's never quite enough. But anyway, we're always challenged with making sure our parking is safe because no one wants to see anybody get hurt in the parking lot, and no one wants to be, nobody wants to be frustrated the first thing you get there and you can't park anywhere. Another thing, gym space. At the Essex Center, things like pickleball. We were talking to somebody here just earlier about pickleball, how busy it is. That and all these other activities. The gym space at the Essex Center is full, but also it's gym space across the county. We utilize for our winter sports elementary school gyms, and so we have maxed them all out. We're at full capacity. In fact, we were really stressing if we were able to have enough space for our winter season this year with the closing of Burnt Chimney. Fortunately, Ms. Garland, the principal at Windy Gap, was able to open up a few more slots, and we're able to fit everybody in, but just barely. I think we only had maybe 1 or 2 slots across the county to able to fit anybody in. So not only are available gym times really tight, but also we're having big sizes of teams and older kids and smaller. So we have 15 to 18-year-old kids, our older age of basketball, and oftentimes we have 12 kids on a team, but they're in a tiny elementary size gym. So we have just gym space is getting really tight, and we're even the physical space of trying to practice 12 kids on the tiny gym space is really a challenge. So another one, athletic field lighting. Our athletic field lighting probably has twofold. We have some of our existing lights, like at Lark Field, need to be replaced in the near future. The tennis court lights at the rec park need replaced in the near future. But in addition to that, we also just don't have lit fields. So in the fall time, when the days are short, we're really limited. So that's why we play many of our games for soccer on the outfield of a softball field. And we're just so limited on lighting, on lit fields. And as these programs go, we just don't have a place to put these kids. So a great problem to have is more participation is happening. We just need to get these fields lit. Another one, special events. We all love these special events. And like the Land of Lights, like the fair, but we always like to see them. It's one of those things. We always want to see them grow every year. The public wants to see, what are you adding new this year? And staff, we want to see things grow. We don't want it to be just a cookie cutter, same thing year after year, but it's one of those things. When it grows incrementally each year, it just gets tougher and tougher to pull that off. And so we enjoy playing that part, but it's just more and more of a pressure to make those things happen. And two, I guess just keeping up with the region, things that our neighbors are doing. There's lots of exciting things happening across the region. I'm very competitive. I want to be kind of the first one. And sometimes I feel like, we made a step ahead, but gosh, the other locality might have made 2 or 3 steps ahead. Think of the Roanoke is getting ready to put a whitewater park. Roanoke County, just this major greenway expansion to the Explore Park. Bedford, gosh, they just held the World Disc Golf Course Championship. Craig and Bottot are going to put in this 26-mile Rails to Trails program. So as we celebrate, and we should celebrate our successes, we should also be aware of our competitors, I'll call them, those folks in our nearby localities on what they're doing. Are we keeping pace? Because we are working in competition. We would be the place that when a person's looking to stay or move, that Franklin County is the first place that comes to mind. Okay, so back to some good things on the horizon, some things to look forward to. So we have a senior giving tree program that's wrapping up. It's on this December 16th. Marsha was showing me all the number of bags that they do. They collect goods for seniors that are shut in and might not get much otherwise. And so they collect goods from a number of churches and civic organizations. And it is amazing the generosity that these civic groups have and the amount of items that they're able to distribute. And I've gone out to hand out things like this. It doesn't make you realize some of these folks, that's really the only contact they get and how appreciated it is. So very heartwarming. The Smith Farm Conceptual Plan, we hope to be presenting that to you all soon. That's the final stages, and we hope to make that available. I think I sent this out in a Friday packet just this past Friday, but we got a funding from the Virginia Department of Forestry to do some reforestation at Wade Park. Hoping to do that in March. Working with Brandy Rosser on dog park planning for you guys. And 2 events, talking about events. There is the Crooked Road 24-Hour Ultra is an event that I'm hoping many of you are aware of, but if not, I'll give you a quick overview. A great gentleman, Ricky Scott, used to oversee, he was kind of the person behind this great event. It's at Wade Park, and it's on a little over a mile course. And people from across the United States would come in for this. And it's how many miles essentially can you run in 24 hours? So they would have some people show up and they might run a 10K, half marathon, maybe even a marathon. But you had a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people come in running 100 miles or more. Quite impressive. It's such a neat program. It's one of those niche events, and they have people that have raced these big national events and come in, and they're celebrities in their world. And it's a great event. And last year, Ricky's said, gosh, I've done this for so many years, I can't quite keep it up. So we didn't have it last year, and we're really kind of like, gosh, we really missed that great event. It's kind of put us on the map. But we've been talking to Lady Molly Bullington. She's the one that oversees actually the Blue Ridge Marathon, the Drumstick Dash, the Salem Half Marathon, a bunch of big events, very organized. And so she's taking on this and will be seeing this event again this spring in March 8th through 9th at Wade Park. So really excited to see that event return. And I think her numbers I think she has just under 300 people already registered and from across the United States. It's a really neat event. The next one it's not the Nationals, but it's pretty close. It's the state. So we have the USAC State Cross Country Mountain Bike race coming again to Wade, or we had the road. This is the mountain bike. We have that coming to Wade Park in June, so June 7th. So we're really excited to see that event. That's one of those things that's good bragging rights, that a state championship being held in our locality. So lots going on. All right. I appreciate y'all's
Anyone have
extra
any
time.
questions for Paul? Dan?
I'll start it off. So, Paul, just thank you very much. You and your team do such an awesome job, and it's both the diversity of the program plus the number of people that you touch, and it makes Franklin County an amazing place. So, thank you. It's great. Well, I had one question. With the closing of Burnt Chimney, I know that they were really relying on that for the gym space. When the school closed, were you also kicked out of the school for doing programs?
Yeah, we don't currently use the schools anymore. It's closed. We don't have access to
Okay.
the school anymore this time.
Anyone else? Right?
Just one comment. Paul, thank you and your staff for Land of Lights this year. We went through there a couple times, took the grandchildren. It's even better than last year, but kudos to Parks and Rec. It's a great program, and the float was fantastic this year. The board really enjoyed. That's the happiest I see them all year is the Christmas. Thank you.
The Land of Lights, Nikki Custer kind of brings all that together. Ben Newbell and his team do so much on that, but we all chip in as well.
Mr. Tatum?
I'm going to pass this out as I leave.
Paul, I'd just like to echo what Mr. Carter said while you're passing those out. And I'd also like to remind my fellow board members that our Parks and Rec department in the county, in my opinion, is probably the best bang for the buck that we get out of what we offer here. Paul, let me give you this while you're walking by in case you need another one. But when we get in start budget year this year, let's make sure that if we can, we have the resources available that we can look after our Parks and Rec department and some of our other smaller departments. We need to really look into some of these departments. Our Parks and Rec department, we need to help them out. They're having some issues that some of our other departments have, because none of us are getting younger. And they're having some issues there with some of their employees getting close to retirement age. Same way with our landfill, same way, other offices here. So in budget cycle this year, I especially want to spend some time with some of these smaller departments that produce such a huge asset to Franklin County. And thank you, Paul, and to all your staff for everything y'all do.
Anyone else? Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Thanks for everything you do. Merry Christmas to you and your staff.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, let's moving right along. Mr. Whitlow, County Administrator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a great segue. Just remind the board and the community some upcoming events. Land of Lights that we just heard about will run through Christmas, December 25th. And so, Mr. Mitchell, you'll have to keep your sunglasses on in the evenings a little bit longer, but certainly would welcome all our citizens to take advantage of that. It runs nightly through Christmas night. So coming up on December 17th, the Ferrum community, there's a Christmas potluck at the Crossroads Ruritan, and then the Blue Ridge Institute on December the 20th will be having Christmas at the Farm. So those are some great holiday events, and some other items that are coming up further out following the Christmas holiday. Members of the board, you should have received a letter from our school system on Wednesday, January the 8th at 6 p.m. The school system will hold their Fall Academic Awards program in the high school auditorium. And then, of course, I know our sheriff was with us earlier. You should have received an invitation to the annual banquet for the sheriff on January the 11th. And I know many of you were able to attend the recent Fire EMS Captain's Holiday Dinner. I understand it was a great attendance, and I certainly appreciate all the board members that were able to attend that in support of our Fire EMS. A couple of other announcements for the public. The Step Incorporated is holding their coat drive at this time, and we understand, of course, in the fall season, it's getting pretty cold. It's cold out there today, going to be cold this weekend, but anyone in the community that would certainly want to have an opportunity in need of assistance do understand there are lots of donations this year. And so STEP wanted us to announce that, as well as they will be doing their offering their tax-free return preparation, or free tax return preparation, rather, this coming season. So just by housekeeping, members of the board, of course, our January 2nd organizational meeting will be here. That's the first business day of the year at 4 p.m., followed by a joint meeting with our school board on January the 16th. That will be at 6 p.m. We have reserved the Franklin Center, the multipurpose room, the large multipurpose room at the Franklin Center. I think we can get everyone into that large multipurpose room there on January the 16th. And so if that's still the pleasure of the board, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, will move in that direction. That was the one date that worked for both boards that we have set that up. We'll be talking about the state budget preview. Not a lot of information yet. As Mr. Carter mentioned earlier, Mr. Brian Carter, the governor, his budget amendments will be, I think, come out next week. And so we'll know more about where the state may be with their budget coming up. A couple of other things, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the Appalachian Regional Commission. Many localities around us belong to the Appalachian Regional Commission. It's a federal designation that opens up localities to funding from the federal government. And almost all the localities in Southwest Virginia belong to that, and many localities around us, including Henry County and portions of Montgomery and Floyd County. And for whatever reason, when those district boundaries were drawn many, many years ago, Franklin County, and of course we belong to the Crooked Road. We're really the eastern gateway to the Crooked Road in many ways, and the Crooked Road has been the recipient of some of that federal dollars through the years. We have an opportunity with our federal delegation to pursue, and it literally requires an act of Congress to become a member of the Appalachian Regional Commission. It doesn't cost the county anything, but we have ongoing discussions with Congressman Griffith's office. Just wanted to make the board aware of that. We may be pursuing that where it maybe we'll be pursuing, Mr. Chairman, a resolution from the Board of Supervisors at some point for that. Also, I know Mr. Tatum had shared last month, and I think Mr. Jamison had mentioned recently regarding some concerns. You just saw Mr. Chapman discuss a lot of the increase in youth athletics, and I think we all understand since the pandemic in many ways, we've shared this, from an economic driver standpoint, has been very good in terms of new housing starts in Franklin County and housing development and so forth. with that comes the pressure in the building department. And so we have had some challenges there with staff turnover. We have been able to hire in recent weeks an inspector position that was not filled. We are still looking to fill the position of assistant building official plans reviewer. And that's a critical position. And so we have not been able to fill that position to date, but our building official is working very, very hard to fill that position. What I will tell you, many times, as you all likely know, a lot of times the delay in procuring or securing a building permit doesn't necessarily come from the actual building plans review in our office. It actually is held up a lot of times by the health department. So before a building permit can actually get started or be issued, the health department has to issue a well or a septic permit. The health department, of course, is not managed by the county, it's managed by the state. And so in conversation with some of you, we are in the process of reaching out to the health department. We will be discussing this with our local delegation that represents us in Richmond, just to share these concerns. In addition, VDOT also often has to issue that entrance permit. And so a lot of times, a contractor or so forth may come to the office, apply for a building permit, because that's really where they start. And then, days, then all of a sudden it's at weeks and so forth. Well, a lot of that delay is health department, sometimes VDOT, really out of control of the county per se. That's not to say that we have our challenges with our building department and so forth, and planning and zoning, because that's also a part of it. So in the last couple of weeks, staff, Mr. Sandy, has met with our building official and our planning director in breaking down some of the processes. Where can we, on our side, be the best that we can be in terms of approving permits, given our current staffing situation going forward? So we wanted you all to know that. We will be bringing back some information as to you of what we're doing. A lot of that is on the front end at the counter when folks come in and apply for a permit. How can we get better to make sure with our permit counter staff that all of the contractors, when they apply for a permit, down the checklist, have the information and not let it get put aside and then a day or two later call and say, oh, well, you didn't bring this in. And so that's just one example. So I just wanted to let the board know that specifically. In addition, certainly want to wish all the county employees and staff a very Merry Christmas and certainly a prosperous New Year. Appreciate all everyone does. I know much of our Parks and Recreation staff are here, and then of course our volunteer community. I know a lot of the Recreation Advisory Commission and the Aging Commission is here, so thank you for all that you do, and that's countywide. We have a great county team of employees. And speaking of one of those employees, and this employee didn't know I would do this, but I want to recognize this employee because this employee is finishing and has finished up a great accomplishment in our office. Our Assistant County Administrator, Brandy Rosser, finished her large project last night and has now completed her Master's of Public Administration from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies and go Brandy. And so, Brandy, congratulations. We were so glad to have you on our team.
Watch out, Chris.
That's right.
Watch out.
That's right. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I know that was a lot of information. I think those are my items, Mr. Chairman, and by way of updates.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. Paul, I wanted to tell you a while ago, I had all the plans in the world of entering that mullet competition and the beard competition this year. And when I woke up from in the hospital and I understood what was going on, they done cut all my hair off. And it was a mess. So I guess I have to take a reprieve on that for a couple more years because it's going to take that long for it to grow back out. But anyway, I just had to say that. All right, it's good to have Mr. Gwynn's not here today, but we have Mr. Matt Schmidt with us. Do you have anything to report from the county attorney's office?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for having me, but there is no report from Mr. Gwynn at this time.
All right, thank you, sir, and Merry Christmas to you and your colleagues. Please pass that on for us.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, well, I don't want to jump ahead again. I did that a while ago, didn't I? I think we're at a point now. Yeah, we can go into our closed meeting, and our supper is ready. And for that, I want to thank Amy for getting our things. I think what we'll do is get our supper, and we'll go convene in B75, okay? Tim, you've got something to read, please.
Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A7, consultation with legal counsel on briefings by staff about litigation or other specific matters requiring legal advice. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract. And also A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel as amended by the Code of Virginia.
Need a second?
Second.
So second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. Grab your supper and we'll go to
Mr. Chairman, I
B75.
certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Second.
First and second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, now we have the public hearing. We've got to go into a public hearing. First up, on the zoning map amendment application filed by A. Boone Real Estate Incorporated pertaining to a parcel located on Professional Drive in Harding. Ms. Cooper, will you present this, please?
Yes. Chairman Thompson, it is definitely nice to see you back.
Thank you, ma'am. But while she said that, I want to tell each and every one of you, I appreciate all the prayers, the cards, the phone calls that were sent to me while I was out sick. It was very encouraging. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Well, it's nice
Thank you.
to see your face,
Thank you.
because when I look, you're in the center, and then I go out to the sides. But it's good to see you, and the other board members. Yes, thank you, and our acting attorney. We're here to do a zoning map amendment, which is a rezoning of a parcel approximately 15 acres of 47.39 acres. This property is zoned PCD. It's located in the Gills Creek district. The purpose of this rezoning is to develop a condominium and townhome community. And what we're here to do today is to look at a new conceptual plan from the original one. So to give you a little background on this, the existing conceptual plan shows the designation of the property to be general office buildings, consisting of 2 buildings that are 4,000 square feet and 1 building that was supposed to be 5,000 square feet. The proposed development that we have here in front of you today is 96 condominiums, 62 townhomes for a total of 158 dwelling units. There's also proposed approximately 3 pocket parks and 1 playground. The property is currently undeveloped. The ingress and egress for the development is Professional Drive. It exits onto Booker T. Washington Highway, which is your State Route 122, by the stoplight at Westlake. Willard Construction Smith Mountain Lake LLC owns and maintains all the private roads in the town center, which includes Professional Drive. The applicant developer is requesting 2 deviations. The first deviation is from section 25394 of the PCD district. It has to do with heights of buildings. The maximum height of the condominium buildings needs to be 48.6 inches. Our ordinance says the required height is 40, so they're asking for a deviation. The second deviation comes from 25-395 from the PCD district, and that's to allow the front yard setback of roads within the development to be 10 feet instead of the required 55 feet from the center of the road. This deviation I want to make clear when you look at the conceptual plan, the deviation does not include the setback on Professional Drive. The first set of condominiums will be set back approximately 110 feet from that. We're talking about the internal network of the development. There is 3 proposed entrances off of Professional Drive. These are the only entrances proposed to the development, except for a stub-out that I'll be talking about later in the presentation. The entrances will be 192 feet apart from center line to center line. There is proposed 352 parking spaces, and as I said before, there will be some pocket parks and a playground. This development will be served by public water and sewer by Western Virginia Water Authority. The concept plan that you have in your packet is dated November 22nd. This was done by the developer, and this has been done since the public hearing. So some of the changes, and I'll point them out in the conceptual plan, is that the internal roads will have an increase of a radii from 10 to 25. This will help with larger trucks, fire trucks, bigger trucks to maneuver. Also, they have added an internal parcel connector from the townhome development to the west of the brewery. I'll be sure to point that out for you. The road will be paved to the property line, and this will provide connectivity to adjacent parcels as they develop. Planning staff, the planning department staff, received 2 phone calls and 11 emails prior to the Planning Commission public hearing. All of them were in opposition except one. There was one in support for the need of affordable housing in the Westlake area. Since the Planning Commission public hearing, we have received other emails in opposition of the request, and you should have all of those in front of you, and they should have, all the ones from the Planning Commission and the ones that we got prior to the board packet being sent out was sent to you, and then any others that came in after, they should be at your desk. We like to give you a vicinity map, but I told you it's in the Westlake Town Center. We also like to give you an aerial of the parcel. So basically, this is Professional Drive. This is the area that we're talking about for development. We also like to give you the zoning map. As I told you before, it is zone PCD. You will notice that there is some B2 and some industrial off of Enterprise Lane. There's B2 across Route 122. And then the back portion of the town center is zoned A1. We also like to give you the future land use map because that's important when you're doing a zoning map amendment. And the future land use for this property is commercial mixed use. And you will see that most of the town center is commercial mixed use. There is some residential mixed use beside Booker T National Monument. This is, which was the one of the original concept plans that was done when the rezoning went through. If you notice, the property we're talking about is Professional Drive, and here are the 3 office buildings that I was talking about that was on the conceptual plan. Also, this is the new conceptual plan dated November 22nd. And it has all the information about the deviations and the density. But what I wanted to point out to you of what has changed, all these roads internally, that they have been widened. And then for future development, this right here will be This area right here will be paved to the property line. So as this property develops, then this road, there'll be another entrance to this development as this property develops. Analysis of this, the proposed residential development request is consistent with the intent of the PCD district, which is your planned commercial development district. In the zoning ordinance, it allows flexibility through adjustments of setbacks, design guidelines, height, and use restrictions. The deviations must be expressly shown on the conceptual plan, which they are. Such deviations shall be in keeping with the PC district and the intent of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan and any design guidelines for the PCD district. Staff and the Planning Commission thought that they did. The request for the two deviations for the height and the deviation for the setback, we think are in line with the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. And just for a note, the adjacent retirement community was granted deviations for their front yard setbacks to construct their houses along Professional Drive and other parts of the development of the retirement community. The proposed plan is to promote efficient use of commercial land by allowing a wide range of land uses and various densities and flexibility application for development control. The district encourages achievement to those goals while also trying to protect surrounding property, natural features, and the scenic beauty of the area. The PCD district, with an improved conceptual plan, may allow for clustering of uses and various densities. Any development within this district is to be architecturally and similar in style, and the relationship among the individual establishments should be harmonious. I think you will see in your packet with the designs that they have given you some renderings, and they can talk about some of the materials that will be used. I think the condominiums and the townhomes will be consistent, which you're seeing in the town center. The existing plan did show 3 office buildings, which are consistent also with the PCD district, along with the comprehensive plan and the village plan for this area. However, residential developments such as condominiums and townhomes would also be consistent with the PCD district, and like I said, could be consistent with your comprehensive plan and your village plan for the Westlake area. You do expect in this district to see a lot of commercial uses, but you also need residential uses to support the planned development. It is common knowledge to all of you, and I'm sure all of you, all in the audience, that our locality and localities across the area and in the state has housing shortages, especially for workforce housing, and there is a need for all types of housing, not just single family. This proposed residential development will add the need to the housing to the Westlake Town Center and this designated growth area. As I have stated numerous times, the Westlake Helford Area Plan, which is part of the comprehensive plan, has goals and strategies dealing with housing, and this plan type is mentioned and would be something that would be affordable for workforce housing. Excuse me. The future land use, as I stated before, is commercial mixed use, which allows commercial, but as I've stated, you need residential to support it. Sorry, I know this is long. The residential development will increase traffic along Professional Drive, which will increase traffic on the other private road, Westlake, to the signalization of the intersection of Route 122. However, there was some trip generation done prior to the application being submitted. VDOT looked at it and concurred with the trip generation, which with the development the way it is now will not cause any, will not make any improvements have to take place on Route 122. What is there now, the signalization, will work fine with this development. Given the purpose and the intent of this rezoning or zoning map amendment, The conceptual plan for the professional office to residentials, as I stated, would be supportive of your comprehensive plan and your area plan. What I want to reiterate is in your memorandum that staff sent you prior to the meeting is the differences on the conceptual plan. And those were refined and clarified because of things that happened at the Planning Commission public hearing. So your Planning Commission on this zoning amendment, usually you have that they recommend what to approve. I will let you know that staff is recommending approval for the zoning map amendment, but the only change to what the Planning Commission saw on this rezoning is the revised November 22nd. That is the only part of this changed is the conceptual plan. And like I said, it changed to make the wider streets for larger trucks, like a fire truck. It also put the little, if you can call it a stub out, or it's really an entrance to, it'll be a second entrance to the development once the other property is developed. So those were the two changes to the conceptual plan from the Planning Commission meeting. So staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve this zoning map amendment with the 5 conditions, and I'll go through them briefly. The first one is the substantial conformance to the revised plan dated November 22nd, that during site plan approval, they'll have to obtain all the necessary approvals from Western Virginia Water Authority. The applicant shall work with county staff for a trail connection behind Professional Park to Shoppers Pride. So that's in between the professional buildings and the new development. The applicant and developer will construct a sidewalk along Professional Drive to connect to an existing sidewalk. The applicant and developer will furnish Professional Drive with asphalt surface and repair for any curb and gutter concrete issues. So once the development is complete, they are going to finish Professional Drive and get it up to standards so it will be connected to the concrete, and it's kind of like the top layer after construction. Those are the 5 proffers. I know this is a lot of information. When we do the special use permit, I'll be briefer on that. But I am here to answer any questions because I know there's been some changes, and we do have the developer here to talk to you.
Anybody got any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa, this stub out, that goes to property that they don't own at this time, correct?
That goes to property that they do not own. Willard Company still owns that property.
But if that's attained in the future, a road could be built out to 122, is that my understanding?
Right, it could connect so that it could connect to roads that go out to 122, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else down that way? How about up here? You all got anything to say? Lisa, I got a question. Are these roads going to be brought up to state specifications and turned over to the state in the future?
No, the roads into the Westlake Town Center, Willard companies like to have private roads. They maintain them. And I'm sure the developer can go into more detail. If you're in the town center, you have a certain road maintenance agreement. There's certain agreements with the Willard companies that all of the businesses and housing has to help keep the roads up to the standards that they were when they originally were developed.
The Willard Company, they've done a very professional job in keeping things and doing things proper, but my concern is if the roads will be maintained and kept up, and it not be like another of these private developments.
From
Thank you.
what we've seen before with the Willard companies, I don't think that
No,
you'll
I'm
have that
saying the Willard
concern.
Company, but this is not the Willard Company, right?
They will still own and maintain the roads.
Oh, okay.
So they will maintain Professional Drive. The only thing the developer is going to do is once after construction, he has to finish Professional Drive. So put that top coat on it, connect
Okay.
it to the concrete slabs.
Okay. Does that open up any more questions? All right, thank you. Is the applicant here to see, he wished to speak?
And I
Come
think
forward,
we
sir,
need
state
to-
your name and address for the board.
Good evening, Chairman Thompson and honorable supervisors. I'm really excited to be here tonight. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight. I really appreciate the Planning Commission's positive recommendation of our project. My name
For
is
the
Alex.
record, sir, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. I was going to say my name is Alexander Boone. I'm with A. Boone Real Estate, Inc. We're a developer based in the Roanoke Valley. This is our first time in Franklin County, although we handled a rezoning a few years ago and had a positive outcome. And we're really excited to be here tonight, not only because of our project, but because of the relationship I've had with the Willards for literally more than 50 years.
Thank you, sir.
Excited to be here because of that as well. Smith Mountain Lake and Franklin County in general would not be the community it is, and the great community, the great resort, the great outdoor place it is without the Willards. I think you look at Westlake Town Center, it brought so many amenities to this community that it needed to take that step to be where you are today across the county. And we want to be a part of that. When you look at a town center, by design, they include retail, they include office, they include residential. The residential is a critical component that allows it to really take life. And that's what the Willard's original vision was, and certainly the Runk and Pratt communities bring a lot of life to the community. We want to complement that life. We want to add to it and change the vision, what we have going forward, of a true town center. We've proposed, as you can see, 96 new condominium units in 4 buildings and 62 townhomes with first floor primary bedrooms. So these are not second floor. We are focusing on a first floor bedroom for a 1-floor living lifestyle that's so important today. These residential units will support and enhance the existing retail, office, and recreational uses found in the town center because these residents will enjoy a no-maintenance lifestyle. They'll enjoy a walkable lifestyle. They can walk to the businesses. And the business is really important for us. I mean, we're here to help with economic development as well as with the housing. We really believe that our residents will help attract not only people to the existing businesses, they're going to bring new businesses. I mean, when you add almost 160 residential units with the people who live there, that's going to really be a boon to the business here. It's not only going to help Westlake Town Center, it's going to help the Westlake area, and it's going to help Franklin County in general because of the population it's going to bring. As Ms. Cooper said earlier, Franklin County, similarly to basically every locality in the entire country, not just Virginia, is facing an acute housing shortage because of what happened after the crash in 2008. You had no building for all those years, but we continue to have population growth. But the cost of housing has skyrocketed because of the massive inflation that we've had since 2020. Our costs on the development side are up 45% in the last 4 years. On the building side, they're close to up to 50%. And of course, December, it's that time of year for us. We get our price increases for next year. And I was hopeful that they would be a little flatter at 1, 2, 3%. Basically, everything I've seen so far is 4 to 6% up in construction materials for next year. It's very unfortunate there. As a result, we have to build and develop with a lot more density. It's much harder to build a larger lot today because it's so expensive, you just price people out of the market. And I never use the term affordable housing anymore because it's a joke. There is no such thing as affordable housing. What we're trying to do is less expensive new housing. We're trying to do workforce housing, as Ms. Cooper said. I think except in rare cases or different types of resorts, you're just not going to see the big lots anymore. And really not everyone can live in a $1 million house on the lake. And as everybody in here knows, not everybody wants to live in a $1 million house on the lake. Not everybody wants to live on the lake. There are a lot of people here who've either been on the lake and who are ready to move off. They want a lower maintenance lifestyle. You have people who live in the bigger 2-3 story houses that you see throughout the county. They're ready for a lower maintenance lifestyle. And that's exactly what we propose. I mean, we know the empty nester market's going to be attracted to what we're doing. The thing that surprised us when we handled our market research, and I joke with people, now it's Christmas season, our Metroces lit up like a Christmas tree. We had young professionals would come here. We would have people from Bedford, from Roanoke, from surrounding areas would move here because you have the walkable community, you have all the resources, the amenities the Willards provided, and you have the lake. So you can live in work in downtown Roanoke. You can live here, be on the lake in 5 minutes. You can have the trail access, the mountain biking, all the things that y'all have done here. They're right here. You know, you can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to the gym, the movie theater, and you can even walk to the ABC store, which is probably a good thing this time of year. So we really believe this will be a big difference. I think y'all have done an incredible job to have the foresight for the Summit View Business Park. Well, you can't move to Summit View if you don't have a place for your employees to live. And that's what we're trying to create here. Other businesses will stay here and grow here if their employees have a place to live. And it's a real problem. I mean, y'all hear it every day. Is an employer will not move to a locality if they think their employees are going to have a problem finding housing because they'll lose them or they won't move with them. So we want to do that and help with that with 4 buildings of 24 condo units. Our prices are going to start in the 300s and go into the 400s. Our townhomes will be in the same price. Yet I really would challenge you to find anything in Franklin County or anywhere in this whole Roanoke Valley area, metro area, where you have new housing at that price point. It's just almost impossible to build today. And so we know we can do that. The planners in Franklin County had our project in mind when drafting the future land use portion of the comprehensive plan. And that's what we're looking at today. The comprehensive plan guides us for what we should be doing in the future. 5 things really struck me as I was reading the comprehensive plan a few weeks ago. Number 1 is encourage infill development in Westlake Town Center. It specifically says that. That's exactly what we're doing here. Number 2, new developments should preserve open space and view sheds. We are doing that. While we have density, as Ms. Cooper said, we have parks. We have what we call pocket parks, which are just small open areas with benches, trees, other landscaping. So we are preserving those open spaces. It says it's to encourage the development of public sewer. Well, Westlake, of course, brought public sewer with the Western Virginia Water Authority. We work with them literally every day. Great relationship. They're excited about this project. So the sewer is here to encourage this type of development. Number 4 is to encourage mixed-use development with, quote, a variety of housing types. We have the fantastic homes that are beautiful, well-built at Runkin Pratt. This complements that. It doesn't compete with it. It doesn't do anything but enhance a town center. And lastly, it says Westlake should develop as a community center with a broad range of uses to provide housing and services to the population of the town center and the surrounding county area. That's exactly what we're doing. Those 5 things nail what we're trying to do here. So we appreciate you listening. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague and Director of Development, Court Rosen, who's going to talk transportation and some of the relationships we've made with some of the neighbors. And again, appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Hold on just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Has anybody got any questions for Mr. Boone before he sits down?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Mr. Jamison. Our plan would be, if we're fortunate enough to have approval here tonight, we would start the full engineering. We've done certainly preliminary engineering with concepts. We believe we could start construction probably by May or June. We believe that we could have the first pads ready, depending on weather, of course, by late 2025, early 26. We believe first residences would be ready sometime in the spring of 26, with people living here just 16, 17 months from now. We believe the first condo buildings would be ready probably sometime in the summer of 26. So we think 6-7 months we could probably get those done. So I think we should start having a population in the town center in mid-26. So quickly, we're ready to go.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boone.
Yes, sir.
What would be the approximate real estate taxable value of this project?
Great question. I have not done that math. I could do it pretty quickly while Mr. Rosen's talking if you'd like. I mean, off the top of my head, you're probably looking at 16 times 3 is 18. There's 20 million. You're probably looking at then another 12. You're looking at 50 million probably, 40 to 50 million, at least at the very beginning. And as I was saying, we're in the 3s and 4s. We'll certainly go into the 5s depending on what people want, but the goal is really to hit the 3s and to be mostly in the 400s. That's where we really like to be.
And I appreciate your comment about affordable housing. I've heard of affordable housing for the last 4 years, but nobody wants to say what's affordable housing, and I think you're spot on with your comment. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, I'm embarrassed to say that a $400,000 house or a $300,000 house, but the average new home across the United States was $450,000 last year, so we're going to come well under that average.
Anyone else?
Questions?
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you hopefully for a little rebuttal in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, Court Rosen, 3934 Electric Road in Roanoke. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. We believe that our proposed development to bring less expensive housing to the Westlake area is important to the future of the Westlake Town Center and the area generally, and that it fulfills the Willards' long-term vision of Westlake Town Center being a true live, work, and play community. We spent a great deal of time studying the road network, the roundabout, and general traffic in and around the new community. One component of the proposed neighborhood that has been discussed at length is the impact on Professional Drive with additional traffic. Professional Drive is a 30-foot wide road, which is 1 foot beyond the VDOT spec for a road of that nature. It was designed to carry 2,000 vehicles a day. Right now, overestimating the usage it's getting with the Runk and Pratt community, it's at most carrying 180 trips a day. Our community would add an additional 1,300 trips, so for a total of around 1,500 trips a day. So at maximum capacity, at the very maximum capacity of this road with our community, we're talking about 65% of the design capacity that the Willards built the road to, which, to answer Mr. Thompson, I believe's question, Professional Drive is built to VDOT standards, and the internal roads within the community will be built to VDOT standards as well.
Thank you.
Working with Supervisor Smith, Deputy County Administrator Sandy, and Planning Director Cooper, and in response to some concerns we heard from neighbors and county staff, we worked to create a future second access, which Ms. Cooper talked about. While the initial request was to look for a second access to an existing road, as many of you might know if you've been out there, the topography simply does not allow that. Working with our engineers, we did find the second location she pointed out, and we intend to pave it and build it to VDOT standards along with the road that serves the townhome. So at the same time the townhome road is built, we'll build that stub out that will be the future connection to the undeveloped parcels next door. Another item I want to briefly address is access to the proposed community for emergency services. To ensure public safety and be responsible to your fire marshal, we have increased the radii of all turns, which Ms. Cooper also mentioned, from 10 feet to 25 feet. That makes maneuverability of large fire trucks much easier. In addition, we will have roll-top curbs in our community, so there shouldn't be any point, and I would say confidently, there would never be a point in which a truck in a true emergency could not get to a house if there were another emergency at the same time. As was also mentioned, we cited the buildings 110 feet off of Professional Drive. As was noted, some of the houses across the street are 15 to 16 feet. Part of our idea in not filling that area with homes was to provide physical separation for the existing neighbors, where we'll put landscaping and buffering, holly trees, and that sort of thing. You may have seen a list of conditions that came in, and I want to briefly address this, that were put together and shared with you all. I spent a couple hours this week with Mr. DeWalt and Mr. Roethlisberger, and we had a good, long discussion. I made it clear to them that both Alexander and I have always worked hard to be good neighbors when we build new communities, to minimize the impact on existing residents, and to provide any help that we can. We also take pride in doing what we say we'll do and delivering a quality community, as I assure you today we will do. While we believe these items are all operational and development planning in nature, and that they don't really fit as conditions in a rezoning, in an effort to be good neighbors, we discussed how we might be able to help. For instance, the discussion of realignment of the entrances. I don't believe the geometry will work. I think that will affect public safety and traffic, but we're more than happy to talk to our engineers and to look at that. While we already plan crosswalks at our entrances, we can look where the entrances to our proposed community align with the pipe stem roads on the Runk and Pratt community. We're happy to provide crosswalks when we put the final layer of asphalt on. We'll have extensive landscaping, including the holly trees, which make more sense than the Leland cypress that were mentioned, because the Leland cypress blocks the visibility for traffic, and it also unfortunately provides places for people to hide, which is a safety issue. We're also happy to have our landscaper, at the request of Mr. Roethlisberger, plant a reasonable number of trees on the Runkin Pratt neighbors' property as screening if they are permitted and if they'd like to work with us to do that. And lastly, I hope this appeases what I believe to be the main uncertainties for the neighbors, and that is, as we always do, we'll submit a letter at the time of development plan submission that will discuss the operations of our construction, where the laydown yard will be, what the work hours will be, and other operational details. We expect our contractors and subcontractors to uphold high standards, respect the neighbors, and will make sure the construction site provides as little disruption as possible. This is standard practice from us, separate from a condition of a rezoning. I expressed very openly during my meeting yesterday, particularly with Mr. DeWalt, that I have concern that what was a detailed discussion may be portrayed in simple terms as we asked for this and they said no. It was not. We talked in great detail about why some things may be possible and other things might not be possible. We want to work with he and others, and I believe have been more than reasonable in addressing concerns and items that are within our control and not within our control. Not as a condition of a special use permit, but as operational and development items that we will do regardless. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. Alexander and I both take very seriously our goals to build high-quality housing that not only others want to live in, but we ourselves would also be willing to live in. We worked hard on the design and layout of this new neighborhood to ensure it fits with the existing Westlake Town Center, complements the surrounding uses, and creates a place that folks want to live. We'd respectfully request that you vote to approve the zoning map amendment and the special use permit with our requested revised conditions and proffers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Has anyone got any questions for Mr. Rose? Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up?
Dennis DeWalt.
You'll come forward, please. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Dennis DeWalt. I live at 61 Professional Drive. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I would like to ask 1 minute to commend several members of your staff with whom I've worked.
Yes, sir. 3 minutes is what everybody gets.
No, I'm asking for 5 minutes for myself. Before my time begins, I'd just like to commend a couple members of your staff.
Yes, sir. We give 3 minutes to everyone.
You won't give me 5 minutes if I speak for the whole community?
Are you the only one going to speak?
No,
I've done this before, and it's been numerous people come up to speak. If you're the only one that's going to speak to it, I'll give you the 5 minutes.
I'm the only one that will speak during the normal time. The others would come at the end if you allow it.
3 minutes, sir.
Well, all right, then I won't commend your members of your staff. You have the record of the Planning Commission public hearing that includes our detailed comments on the proposals, including an addendum to my October 29th submission citing county code provisions that we believe have not been complied with for these applications. I hope you've read those. I won't repeat that here. The applications do not contain all the information required by Section 25-401 as detailed in our comments. We believe this proposal violates Section 25-2 by not promoting the health and safety and general welfare of the public and not protecting the surrounding property. The staff reports of the Planning Commission contain errors that we previously detailed, including incorrect date of the conceptual plan that was approved by the Commission, some errors in the deviation, one of which was corrected by Ms. Cooper tonight, and others. None of these errors were corrected at the hearing, and no questions were asked about them. Our comments were largely ignored. The draft minutes of the Planning Commission hearing are inaccurate and obscure incorrect statements by the developer and by staff. I have sent you and the county officials an email formally objecting to the draft minutes as they do not present a fair or accurate account of what transpired at the meeting. The agenda and materials for today's Board of Supervisors meeting were posted on December 6th, the afternoon. The materials contain revised applications, proposed material changes in the proposal, and in conditions approved by the Planning Commission. They reference the schematic master plan and conceptual plan dated November 22nd. We held a meeting of the Runkin Pratt community homeowners on December 5th to prepare for the hearing. We were unaware of the revised proposals at the time of our meeting. At 10 a.m. on December 5th, I notified Supervisor Smith of our upcoming meeting, scheduled for 2 p.m., and asked for a status report. I got no response. The proposed revisions do nothing to address the concerns submitted by our homeowners in writing and at the public hearing. The revisions make the situation for our homeowners worse by changing Condition 9 of the special use permit to remove the requirement for a separate construction emergency access not on Professional Drive. The interparcel connection that is referred to here would cross property that is not owned by this owner. It is a notional plan. It looks like it goes to Apron Road, which would end up on Shoppers Pride Drive at the Wendy's in the shopping center. So it's not really a workable road. It can't go there. You would be dumping all the traffic into the shopping center to get to Route 122. There's also an issue with the height deviation that has to do with the heliport. There are requirements in the county code concerning a heliport. Those have not been addressed as to whether or not this height deviation would impact the heliport operation. For all these reasons cited, the homeowners of the Runkin Pratt Senior Living Community request that the Board of Supervisors deny or delay this request for the rezoning map amendment. The county code requirements have not been met. There are too many errors in the staff reports. Adequate notice of the proposed change has not been provided to the citizens, and the citizens' comments have not been adequately addressed. More needs to be done to mitigate the impact of this development on the existing community. The proposal does not promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the public and does not protect the surrounding property. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
Carol Brewer.
My name is Martha Carol Brewer, and I'm the owner of the first cottage bought at Runkin Pratt in Westlake. I start by saying trust in almost anything these days is not valued, but is being tested. When I purchased my cottage 15 years ago, I trusted that the zoning and planned land use at that time would be honored. Now that trust has been broken. And I wasn't naive about new building happening around the surrounding property, but I was surprised that the movement would be at such an unbelievable degree. Now, with the projected amount of traffic going around our circle on Westlake Road, I feel I will be forced to stay at home or put my life in danger. Many of us walk using our rollators and scooters around the facility and up to convenience stores to exercise and shop. Even with yield, speed, and stop signs, people don't always obey them, and there is no enforcement. Staff, visitors, delivery trucks, and patients zoom around without policing. Now I envision many machines, trucks, and workers' cars parked on our streets and disturbing our community for many years. There are no crosswalks around the circle nor along Westlake Road except for two faded ones up by the river. I can count at least 9 crosswalks that should be provided by the party who has the road ownership. One accident is a tragedy. Do we need to have that one occur before action is taken? I also think that we should not be responsible to search for the responsible owner. The Planning Commission had made up their minds to change the zoning and use of the area before we presented our comments. They hadn't even apparently pre-read our comments very carefully or at all. They asked few questions, and some could have been answered had they read the extensive research report Mr. Duval presented them. The chairwoman even commented before a vote was taken how her children could purchase a townhouse and condo and move closer to her. Now, to me, that is a conflict of interest. The developer's first comment stated that this project will be for more affordable housing for the workers around the lake. At $300,000 to $400,000, these townhouses won't be affordable for most local workers. This project deals with the money certain powerful people can make with little concern for the harm caused to helpless elderly people like me. A stub out to a future development and to an interparcel connection near the brewery has been proposed. Why can't a separate road to Route 122 be required now to serve this development rather than rely on Professional Drive as the only access? There is a need for a new traffic pattern to be designed now for all growth we are expecting. But no one is making an effort to comprehensively study the impact of all the future development at Westlake and this and future developments will we create. We ask you to think before any mistakes are made.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Kurtz.
Yes, hello. My name is Jim Kurtz. I live at 91 Professional Drive in the Runkin Pratt Senior Living Community. For the last 3 years, I've owned that property, one of the cottages on Professional Drive, one of the forwardmost cottages with the altered offset that you all approved, which is going to put the headlights coming out of those 3 exits right into my bedroom window. Just want you to know that. I moved here shortly after my wife was admitted to the Runkin Pratt Memory Care Unit. The plan was, when I bought that cottage, that I'd be able to spend time with her, and maybe with luck I'd be able to bring her to the house for a while and take her back with her as need arose. That didn't work. Neither one of them worked due to the COVID situation and COVID lockout. I had to perch outside her window in the Runkin Pratt Memory Care Unit and talk to her through the window. And then her condition worsened rapidly, and in March of 2022, she passed away. I was devastated by my loss, but over time I made new friends among my neighbors, many of whom are back here. I began attending church with some and met others as we walked down Professional Drive together to retrieve our mail. And let me add that Professional Drive is not a well-maintained road. It's got ruts in it. One time in fact, twice I went out and tripped over things walking after dark because there are no sidewalks. And I tripped and fell because there's such big ruts in the road. So the statement that it's all well-maintained may be a little bit of an exaggeration. I got to know still more of my neighbors as I took my dog out for walks, several who were out getting their exercise using walkers and rollators, as was related. The senior living community there has become a place as a result where I'd feel comfortable, and where I felt I'd be comfortable living out the rest of my years. Then came the shock of learning that this new community was being proposed and that the little street in front of me would become the sole road in and out of the new development. Turning a quiet stretch of pavement into the sole way in and out will almost certainly disrupt the lives and routines of those of us who live along that road. During the Planning Commission hearing, Mr. Rosen stated that, quote, "With 3 entrances, traffic will be dispersed along Professional Drive and will result in safer access and better access to homes. That might be true for the proposed townhouses and condominiums, but for those in homes on Professional Drive, it will make life more hazardous. Traffic departing the new development will be confined to one narrow eastbound lane headed toward the traffic circle on Westlake Road. Cars coming out of the first exit at the bottom end of Professional Drive will have the right-of-way going up the hill, so the cars at the next 2 exits will have to wait their turn until the lane is clear before they can join the line to the traffic light at 122. How anyone can see that as, quote, traffic being dispersed on Professional Drive and safer access to homes is beyond me."
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to the public hearing on this project? If so, come forward and state your name and address.
Members of the board, my wife is with me because we do everything together. I'm speaking also as an individual, and this is what I have to say about this. My name is Bill Roethlisberger. This is my wife, Mary. We're in this together, and we live at 43 Professional Drive, where all construction traffic will pass through in front of our home for the next 3.5 years. I'm 86 years old. I'll be almost 90 years old by the time this is finished. I think get some feeling for what I'm saying. But first of all, I want to say something. At the Planning Commission, I made a public derogatory remark about Mr. Willard, and this is certainly not a Christian thing to do in a public hearing. So, Mr. Willard, I want to apologize for that remark in this public hearing, and I hope you accept it. Second thing I want to say is my wife and I, we appreciate your willingness of all the persons in the county and otherwise who met with the leadership group, Mr. DeWalt, Mr. Kurtz, and myself. And although we met, Most of the time, it was too close to any deadlines to do anything sufficiently about it and get all the proper data together. But I did appreciate the most frank discussion that we had with Mr. Rosen yesterday, one day before this hearing. We appreciate it because it was a give and take, and and incidentally, that meeting will be in the public record, I believe. But some items Mr. Rosen could mitigate, some he could not. All were based on the goodwill of the developer. Nothing was put in there in concrete that we could count on. So we are going to expect and continue to have dialogue about some of these specifics with the developer. That's the only recourse we have. We have to depend on their goodwill. And there's more issues to come up, so I'm quite sure that we're not going to solve it here tonight. This is important to me and Mary because the county approved the plan for all construction to come through right in front of our house. All of it for the next 3 years will be coming right directly in front of our house from 7 o'clock in the morning, possibly till 7 o'clock at night for the rest of our lives. I'm 90 years old. I'll be 90 years old, close to it, by the time they finish this project, when it's completed. And we have looked at other places. I was so distraught, I almost thought I had a heart attack and had to go to a person. I got to make this quick. But anyway, to make a long story short, we quickly went out and looked for other places. And when we got wind of this project, but I want to assure you, this is a very, very good project. All the things you need to age out sufficiently are here. The only mitigating thing about it is there's not a natural complement between a retirement community and an aged community. So in my last gasp,
Thank you, sir.
I'm looking for a productive and a blessed new year for all parties.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to this project? If so, come forward, state your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'll be brief. As Mr. Boone had stated, I've had a relationship with Alexander.
You need to state your name and address, sir.
I'm sorry, Ronald L. Willard II with the Willard Companies. Address is 260 Milestone Lane, Pinhook, Virginia. Just want to follow up relationship with the Boone family for over 50 years. They've been building in and around the Roanoke area for a long time and have established a really quality reputation for what they do. But almost 25 years ago, my dad had a vision for the area, and we created the Westlake Town Center. And that was an opportunity for us to create a place for residents to come and shop and dine and receive medical care, entertainment, restaurants, what have you. Last month at the Planning Commission, I stated that we had roughly 350 employees that worked in and around every small business within the town center. Well, I went back in the last 2 weeks and actually went through all the numbers, and we're close to 500. So we're like a little factory here in Franklin County creating jobs. And these are 500 part-time and full-time jobs that work in the area. 12 years ago, we had the benefit of receiving sanitary sewer to our area through Western Virginia Water Authority, and that was a game changer for the Westlake area altogether. In fact, it provided an opportunity for Runkin Pratt to expand their campus and also added a significant number of independent housing units, and then also they expanded their assisted living facilities. This also opened the door for us for future residential expansion for the Westlake Town Center. Our original master plan, it showed a couple commercial buildings on that one parcel of land. That was before we even had any sewer available. We had no way of planning for anything. All you had was individual sewer on the property. So we know that the county has a tremendous need for housing, and the Westlake area is identified as a designated growth area. In fact, the county does not really have a whole lot of other options for this type of project that has immediate access to sewer and is positioned effectively to market to incoming buyers. Buyers want convenience. Buyers want to be close to services. Buyers, more importantly, they want to be part of a mixed-use community. They want to be able to walk to the shopping, walk to restaurants, walk to entertainment, maybe even walk to their place of employment. In my opinion, this is a no-brainer. This proposed residential community would not only help fill the gap for the housing need for the area, but also support our local businesses that are still struggling from COVID and what have you. We're still struggling a little bit. On Professional Drive, 40% of my space is vacant right now. There's no office space. People don't use office space anymore. I want to touch on two quick things. One is on the roads. All the roads were built to state standards. We have covenants and restrictions that state the maintenance and the property owners are responsible for maintaining that roads. And we have a property owners association that's in the covenants and restrictions. It's not in place now, but it can be part of a POA. But right now, if we have issues, we assess the property owners to maintain the roads. Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Anyone else here wish to speak to this project? So come forward. All right, we'll go back into closed session. And I'm opening up to the board for what's your pleasure. If we need to call Ms. Cooper back, Mr. Boone or Mr. Rosen, we will. If we need to call them back, if you've got something to say. I'm going to open it up to Ms. Smith since this is the Gills Creek District.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've withheld my comments. I wanted to hear the comments during public hearing, so critical to our decision-making and to broaden our insights as supervisors. So I very much appreciate the comments that everyone has offered. I can tell you this project has really given me an opportunity to broaden my relationship with my constituents at Runkin Pratt, and it's my privilege to represent you. The relationship that I've developed with Mr. Rosen and Mr. Boone has been a very pleasant experience. And I've worked with many developers and builders over time. And Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen are exemplary in their approach, in their care for the communities that they build in. And I have found them highly amenable to looking at mitigations coming through me from my constituents and things that I feel personally as your representative would make a better development for the needs that exist here. I have enjoyed and continue to enjoy a healthy, good working relationship with the Willards, Mr. Willard Sr. and Mr. Willard II. And so we've had partnering on this project that's top notch. And what I have told the residents, and the one thing I want to correct the record on, I was making some notes during some of the comments. You have been heard. I have spent a lot of time on the phone with members of the community. I had a 3-hour meeting at one of your homes in the last couple of weeks. And I have worked with county staff, with the developers, for countless hours and days over the last 3 to 4 weeks to make sure that this project, that before it gets to my Board of Supervisors, that it is a project that is balanced, that meets needs on both sides, and that it's best for the health and welfare of all involved. And it is a balance that we try to achieve. I've worked hard since I've been on the board to work on the designated growth area of Westlake, the Westlake Overlay Plan and the Comprehensive Plan as it pertains to how I want to guide and manage growth in Franklin County. And all of the tenets of this project are duly represented in the comp plan and in the village plan, which warms my heart greatly because the work of a group of empaneled citizens that came up with this, their desires are being met. This goes back before this project with certainty. I felt very good working on behalf of the residents, and from what I'm hearing this evening, I'm not sure that there's shared sentiment, but I will tell you some of the things that I feel very proud of is the fact that we've worked in some things and that Mr. Boone has been amenable to doing things like crosswalks, like the curb rollbacks, the radii, increasing the radii, and this stub-out paved road that gets down to the border of their property. And as a supervisor working on a project of this magnitude, where it's geographically located, I must, at all times, take a comprehensive view, not work in isolation on this project, which I start out doing, but then I am tasked with the responsibility of looking comprehensively at this growth area and how do we interconnect it? How do we make it meaningful so that residents on one side of the street can go to the other side of the street safely? And the parcel that sits adjacent to this lot will in all likelihood be developed sooner than later. And we're working on transportation improvements as we speak. Nothing that I can articulate this evening, but I really want to assure everyone that the decisions that are being made and the mitigations that we've worked very hard on your behalf to accomplish are for the better good. And it's not to do so for me, for the Willards, for the county, or anybody else. It is about doing what's best for the health and welfare of Franklin County. This is an opportunity, this project is an opportunity that where we can meet our housing needs that are critical. As I travel around the Commonwealth, I hear this repetitively from my colleagues across the Commonwealth about their housing crises that they're having. And how blessed have we become in Franklin County to attract quality builders and developers that care about us and that care about the communities in which we live, that are willing to sit down, negotiate, and genuinely hear our concerns. And I feel Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen have risen to that occasion. And I thank you for that. It's been refreshing, and I've enjoyed the working relationship with you as well as the citizens of Rankin Pratt, who I value very much. You know, the citizens of Franklin County in my district put me in office, and I don't take that lightly. I work for you, I represent you, and please don't feel unheard. Please don't feel that what you're saying and sharing has not been meaningful, because I can assure you a lot has happened in discussions that maybe would not have been presented with this project. And I just want to relay that to you and give you some sense, hopefully, of some confidence that the right people have been at the right table having the right discussions. So the things that, you know, I know that there were some allegations around legal issues, around minutes and around improper work with compliance with the county code. We've had legal review of the concerns that Rankin Pratt and the citizens have alleged to us. We take that very seriously. And we've had a legal review performed, and we are very confident with the results of it. There was a typographical error with a date. It's been corrected. And I had instructed staff, whatever we find out, if we need to go back and correct something and get it straight and make sure that what we adopt is what we mean and what we understand, that we do that. And I'm very happy and pleased that the review, the legal review of the allegations made, we're standing on good solid ground, and the integrity of my staff, the county staff and this Board of Supervisors, is critical. It's important to me because, again, we represent you. We never want to do anything untoward, dishonest, or anything with a lack of transparency. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak at some length. It's my hope that the board will support this project. And I can tell you with a great deal of certainty that Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen and the Willards will stand ready to hear from us at any point in time. We're working to ensure the residents have a document prepared before construction that outlines what to expect during the construction period, who to call if they have concerns with various contractors, things like where the dumpsters will be, the staging area, where that's going to be to put equipment and so forth. All of those very integral pieces of a construction project have been thoroughly discussed. And I mean, it's been to a degree that I've not done in my professional career. So I'm very proud of the work we've done. I would just ask my colleagues to support this project for all the reasons that I've articulated. And if you have concerns, I certainly would like to know of them so that we can work collaboratively to mitigate them and solve them if there's a need to do so.
Anyone else on the board got anything to add or say? Anyone else? All right, I got a comment I'm gonna make. I don't really have anything to say. I believe with the projects that the Willard Companies has done in the past have been very quality and professional. And then what I know about Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen, that I have no reason to believe otherwise with them, that I've seen some of their projects throughout the valley. One thing that's perplexing to me, and I'm gonna make some people mad with this comment, and I'm not gonna apologize for it up front. It's perplexing to me that there has been a lot of folks that has moved to this community for different reasons. And then all of a sudden, after I come here, we want to close the gates and nobody else can come. Franklin County, we want it open to everyone with affordable housing. And to me, that's very important. Now, affordable housing means different things to different folks. Now, somebody with an income of $40,000 or $50,000 a year may not can do that. But there are other folks, as was presented earlier in the presentation, that want to sell these $1 million homes on the lake, and there's going to be somebody there to buy those that's willing to buy these condos, which I think look very, very nice. And with that being said, I'm going to open up to the board for what is your pleasure. If somebody wants to make a motion, please do so.
I will make a motion, Mr. Chairman, but I want to make sure that I don't preclude any further comments.
I've already asked them. Nobody else has anything to say.
Okay. So the motion that I would put is with regard to the proffers under Section 5 of your book, and that I would find that the rezoning will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezoning will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, comprehensive plan, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a zoning map amendment to amend the conceptual plan to allow for a townhome and condominium development as recommended by the Planning Commission with the 5 proffers, with the requested revision to number 1 and the deviation for height of the condominiums and the deviation for the front yard setback on Professional Drive.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on this?
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Ms. Cook, ready to go into the next one? This also has to do with Mr. Boone and his real estate.
Yes. And I'm trying to remember how we got rid of this. Do you know how to get rid of the toolbar? It might be this one right here. Well, I should have paid attention. Sorry. I had a little trouble with my PowerPoint. You can still see it if you just kind of ignore the toolbar there. I would appreciate that. Which one? I tried that one. Got any other suggestions? Sorry. I really do apologize for the toolbar. This is for a special use permit. We're talking about the same project. It's still the same 15 acres in the Gills Creek election district. It's in the Westlake Hellsford designated growth area. The future land use is still commercial mixed use. The development is 96 multifamily condominiums and 62 townhomes. I'll just scroll here. I'm not going to go over a lot of the background, but I do want to go over this. This is something that was in your report. The proposed residential development, as stated, will be 158 units, 68 townhomes, 96 condominiums. There will be 4 different floor plans for the condominiums of 2 bedrooms, 2 full baths. The units will be between 1,150 to 1,554 square feet. I think Mr. Boone said that there'll be a master bedroom, I think, on the townhomes. The condominiums in the conceptual plan, they're 4 stories. The townhomes will be 2 stories with a 1-car garage. And it is the townhomes that has an owner's suite on the first floor. They will have 2.5 baths, and they'll be a little larger, 1,628 square feet. The building sizes, there'll be 24 units in the 4 condominiums. There'll be approximately 140 by 80. 1 townhome building will have 8 units. 7 of the townhome buildings will have 6 units. And 4 of the townhome buildings will contain 2 units, and then 1 of the townhome buildings will contain 4. I don't think I took a lot out of the presentation because you heard it in the rezoning, and I don't think that you need to hear it again. But we still had the same amount of people prior to the Planning Commission not in support of the project, and since the Planning Commission has had their public hearing, we have had numerous emails in opposition of the special use permit also. Your vicinity map, your aerial, your zoning map, and your future land use map. And again, we talked about the conceptual plan that was prior that you just passed for the rezoning for the new conceptual plan. And so obviously for the special use permit, it's the same. And I just gave you details about how it will be laid out. So I'm going to probably go through the analysis. Some of it will be different. I'll try not to repeat. And then I want to spend some time telling you about the difference in what the Planning Commission approved and what staff is asking you to approve based on what happened at the Planning Commission and discussions to get the conceptual plan that you have now. The proposed residential development requested is consistent, as I've said before, with the PCD district in the proposed for the purpose of the zoning ordinance. As I said before, and it's been repeated, it is common knowledge that we need different types of housing in Franklin County and across other localities and in the state of Virginia. And Mr. Boone is correct. Everywhere needs housing. This is something that you expect to see in a town center. We don't just need single-family dwellings. We need different types of multifamily dwellings for people to live in. The residential development will allow additional housing types to this area. If you remember, one of the things that has helped improve the housing shortage in the Westlake Town Center is the apartments across 122 on Morewood and Village Springs. Basically, it's my understanding as soon as they're built, they're rented. There is a need for different types of housing here in the county. This residential development, anytime you develop anywhere, you are going to increase traffic. And yes, people are going to go out to the signal at Route 122. I do think the analysis that was done prior and what VDOT reviewed, I do believe that that signal can handle this development. Also, this development is going to give us a sidewalk that is going to connect to existing sidewalks. I'll be talking about some proposed crosswalks that came out of the Planning Commission public hearing. Also, we like to talk about other things that happens when you develop. There will be more noise, and yes, there will be noise during construction, and there'll be noise after it's built. But the noise from the condominiums and the townhomes will be similar to any type of noises that could be generated by housing, like we would expect. According to the comprehensive plan, like we discussed, it is commercial mixed use. Residential development is part of that to support what is in the town center. It is in line with the policies of the comprehensive plan and its element and intent of even the area plan that Mrs. Smith talked about and I have talked about that was updated recently. The Planning Commission at the time concluded that the special use permit for the proposed residential development would not be in substantial detriment to adjacent properties, change the character of the zoning district, which is PCD, would still be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the chapter and with the permitted uses by right and those with the special use permit in the PCD district. What you have in your packet, one of the new things that you have is the memo that we sent along with your packet that also refines and clarifies, like I said, the aspect of the proposed development that came out of comments raised at the Planning Commission public hearing. So, instead of, staff has a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, which you would approve. I want to tell you what has changed since the Planning Commission voted on it and why it has changed. The first condition is that the development will be substantially in conformance with the conceptual plan that you have seen tonight, which is the November 22nd, 2024. What the Planning Commission looked at was, excuse me, a conceptual plan that was dated October 4th, 2024. The things that it did not have on it was the wider areas in between all the development. It did not have the stub out so that when the other properties develop, there will be some type of road developed that will go out to 122. Those discussions will happen when it's developed. We don't know exactly where it will go, whether it will go to Apron or it could go right up to 122. We'll know more when those properties develop. But there was a concession to get some type of road, another access point at some point. The Planning Commission, site plan approval, Western Virginia Water Authority, that's the same. The applicant and developer, as they spoke, when they go through site plan review, they're going to be getting permits for erosion settlement control, stormwater management, and building. That didn't change. The applicant developer shall work with the county for the trail connection behind Professional Park, the office buildings, to Shoppers Pride, which is behind Kroger. That didn't change from the Planning Commission. The one that did change is the applicant, number 5 did change. Let me get you the right wording because I think it was 5 that changed. I don't want to. Yes, and I did change it. 5 just had information when we went to the Planning Commission. The applicant developer will construct a sidewalk along Professional Drive to connect with an existing sidewalk. There was mention at the Planning Commission meeting about crosswalks. And a lady this evening also mentioned referenced crosswalks. So what the developer has decided to do, and it is a condition, will include crosswalks at the entrances to the new community. So to their community, they will put in crosswalks to help to get to the other side of the street, to connect to sidewalks. It'll make it easier to walk to other parts of the development. That was one of the changes also. So 1 and 5 have changed since the Planning Commission. The applicant developer will finish Professional Drive with asphalt surface and repair any curb and gutter concrete issues. That has not changed. The storage of boats, boat trailers, recreational vehicles, and other watercraft shall be prohibited. That has not changed. The applicant developer shall obtain addressing for GIS department for all the residential development. That has not changed. The one thing that has changed is number 9 from the conceptual plan. The applicant developer shall dedicate a 30-foot right-of-way as shown on the revised conceptual plan, revised November 22nd, 2024. Such a future right-of-way shall be approved and platted during the plan review process and will be constructed to VDOT standards with grading, stone, first coat, and final coat when such activities are performed on the roadway servicing the proposed townhomes in proximity to the right-of-way. Such improvement shall extend to the property line as shown on the attached plan. We can go back if you need to look at it, but that is on the property where it's coming off the townhome. You see it, that part will be paved, and then the rest will be developed when the rest of the town center develops. That has changed. The number 9 prior was just about the developer. Basically, I can give you the exact wording. Number 9 at the Planning Commission said the applicant and developer should construct a construction emergency access road other than Professional Drive. This is something like Mrs. Smith was talking. It was working behind the scenes, trying to make a compromise to get a second entrance at some point for this development. Sorry, I have the same slide twice. The 10th condition is the application developer shall have the stub out to connect to the remaining acreage. The stub out is that access road that we're talking about. I did take a little longer than I wanted. I'd be glad to answer any questions. I know the conditions, there's more, there's 10 that you all have.
Anybody got any questions? Anybody got any questions? Thank you, ma'am. No questions. All right, do you have anybody else that wishes to speak? Mr. Rosen, you or Mr. Boone, do y'all have anything to add to this other than what you talked about a while ago?
Nothing to add, Chairman Thompson.
Thank you. All right, with that being said, I'm going to open it up to public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up for public hearing?
Mr. Dennis DeWalt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Dennis DeWalt. I reside at 61 Professional Drive. Our comments are on record. We now ask you to take action to mitigate the harm and disruption this development will cause for our homeowners in the Runkin Pratt Senior Living community. We have submitted a list of conditions that we asked you to add to the special use permit for this application. I've only summarized what we seek. What we're asking can be accomplished with relatively little cost, and we are appealing to each of you for help. Attached to my comments is our list of conditions, annotated to reflect my best understanding of Mr. Rosen's position on each. We are being asked to accept on faith that certain things will be done. Unless the conditions are included in the special use permit, there is no enforcement mechanism to ensure that. Briefly summarize, the conditions we seek are alignment of the entrances to the development so that they don't face directly into our homes, crosswalks across Professional Drive and at the traffic circle so that Westlake Town Center will be safe and walkable community for the seniors. Installation of Leland cypress or similar type trees to screen the development, especially from the 4-story condos. Installation of arborvitae type evergreen trees for those who want them in the yards of the existing homes on Professional Drive to screen our homes from headlights and the noise of the nearly 10-fold increase in traffic that the development will create. And opaque construction fencing the length of the construction site on Professional Drive. Enforceable standards to maintain an orderly work site, clean streets, and strict hours from 7 to 7. An on-site point of contact or foreman to resolve issues during construction. Prohibit the parking of construction equipment and contractor worker vehicles or the placement and storage of construction materials on Professional Drive. Require trash dumpsters, including roll-on, roll-off dumpsters and portable toilets to be placed on the construction site away from Professional Drive. Require the developer to involve representatives of our homeowners and other neighbors in the design review process for the site on issues such as lighting, location of dumpsters, screening, plantings, and similar things. If Mr. Boone could agree to the first condition, it would be a good thing and a big help to those on Professional Drive. We believe that the county and Mr. Boone could easily work with Willards to get agreement to the crosswalks and traffic calming measures. The type of trees used to screen the condos is negotiable as long as they provide year-round screening and effectively screen tall condos from our homes. The planting of trees in our yards on Professional Drive can be done. We own the properties. It is needed to protect our privacy and to block our homes and from the headlights and noise created by this development and prior county decisions to allow our homes to be 22 feet from the street. Items 6 to 11 were all within Mr. Boone's power to do. The assurances that these things will be done are good, but we can't rely on them, nor should you. These things will determine the quality of life for our homeowners for the duration of construction, which will be years. For some of us, that will be the rest of our lives. We don't think it's asking too much for Mr. Boone to do these things or for you to require them as conditions of the special use permit. The conditions are reasonable, doable, and not outrageously expensive, and we are willing to negotiate details in good faith and require the developer. We ask that you deny or delay the special use permit until these things can be negotiated and agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, is anyone else?
Jim Kurtz.
I didn't hear that name, ma'am.
Jim Kurtz.
There you go.
Yes, I'm Jim Kurtz again from 91 Professional Drive. While I share my neighbors' concerns about what's happening on Professional Drive, I also foresee a problem that should be of concern to everyone in Franklin County, especially the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. The November 1 staff report on the rezoning application contains comments from the development review team that state, quote, VDOT had their traffic personnel take a look at the information submitted, and VDOT concurs with the applicant's trip generation numbers. VDOT stated as long as there are not any changes to any conclusions, recommendations to a study, if one exists, then VDOT is okay with what has been submitted. In other words, we don't know if there was a study, but we accept the results. As a citizen of Franklin County, I believe what happens at that stoplight where Westlake Road crosses 122 and turns into Morewood Road, and where westbound traffic coming off of Scruggs Road also converges, needs to be thoroughly studied before cars from 352 new parking spaces join the pattern. No left turn signs greet cars coming out of the Westlake apartments, so they are not permitted to take Village Springs Drive to get to the westbound lanes of Route 122. And Village Springs Drive connects with Shoppers Pride Road, if you're not familiar with it. Instead, they must turn right onto Village Springs Drive, then right again onto Morewood Road, then right again at the stoplight to travel to Rocky Mount, Roanoke, and Points West. The single line of cars that will move north on Westlake Road, the line moving south on Morewood Road, and the line taking a left turn from Scruggs Road onto westbound 122 will all meet at that one stoplight. Together, they will have the potential to create major delays, accidents, and even road rage incidents as people try to make their way to work on time, get kids to school, go shopping, etc. Until the proposed development includes a way for residents to exit to the west rather than via Professional Drive, and until vehicles leaving Westlake Apartments are allowed to use Village Springs Drive to exit west, problems at the stoplight might even slow or stop traffic moving both west and east on 122. The traffic situation at the solitary stoplight needs a comprehensive study by VDOT or some other qualified entity before a decision is made to approve the zoning request and special use permit. I urge you all to delay action on the two applications until such a comprehensive study has been completed and the results made public. Any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Madam Clerk?
Robert Fedorowsko. I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong.
Hard time with that last name,
Good evening. My name is Robert Fedorowsko, and I live at 111 Professional Drive. I chose not to speak at the rezoning meeting before, because I assumed the decision in favor of the developer was already a non-issue regardless of our public input. I am requesting all of you to please keep an open mind regarding the special use permit. You have heard about several ways to mitigate the disruption of our lives at Runkin Pratt, which included crosswalks, shrubbery, planting trees, and others. However, the most important item that the developer can do is to construct an additional road that links their development to Highway 122, either prior to or concurrently with the construction of the condos and townhomes. This should be done now, not some arbitrary time in the future. This road would provide essential access to firefighters and other emergency equipment. We regard this alternate route as an extremely important safety item that should be addressed and must be addressed now. The four-story condos and townhouses are a very bitter pill for the residents of Runkin Pratt. It's a very bitter pill for us to swallow. The construction of this alternate road would add some sugar to that pill. Thank you very much for your consideration to this request. And I see I have a whole 1 hour, 1 minute and 58 seconds to go. I could filibuster here, recite the Gettysburg Address, or answer any of your questions, whatever you have.
We have no questions,
No
sir.
questions?
Thank you.
Then I wish you, the board, a very Merry Christmas, very happy holidays, and safe holidays to you all. Thank you.
You too, sir. Thank you.
You as well, sir.
Madam
Bill,
Clerk?
Bill Roethlisberger.
Somehow this got mixed up. I was supposed to speak now. So with your permission, I'll just complete what I said. So as a last gasp, Mary and I, as well as the other residents, want the developers, builders, county officials, Runkin Pratt, help us live out the rest of our lives as well as possible. You may be facing the same situations we do someday in your own lives. So take it seriously. So we also speak for future residents. There's going to be residents come and live there beyond us. And we want these to take place now rather than later. And that road is a significant concern for us all and the safety. I know everybody's trying to do the best they can, but we know there's probably going to be accepted. And my comments were to make sure we work, even though it's not in stone and guaranteed, I'm going to trust that the developer, that we can work with Mr. Rosen and do everything possible to mitigate any of the concerns that you hear today. Is it going to solve all the problems in the future? I doubt it. That road is too narrow. I wish I could talk more about it. But I think you'll find out you'll have more problems in that area with residents and safety and possible deaths because of what's going to be taking place. But anyway, we are assuming it's going to be approved. And so I'm looking forward to making sure we work together on a sense of goodwill to get things done. So I do appreciate it, and I want to end with my comments here. Let's have a Merry Christmas and a blessed and productive New Year, meaning this is going to go on for 3 years. We ain't done yet, but we'll get it done as close as possible for the well-being of everybody. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas to you as well. Madam Clerk,
I have no other speakers signed up.
is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to this project? If so, come forward and state your name and address.
I haven't signed, can I still
Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please. State your name and address.
My name is Martha Carol Brewer, and I live at 9 Carefree Court. It was stated that the light can handle the traffic. I live with this traffic. Traffic coming from around the circle heading for the stoplight at 122 will be met with traffic from the Moorhood project with 250 apartments. And sometimes when vacationers are here, traffic is backed up for 3 blocks from the Rocky Mount approach. I don't think the summer month vacation traffic is being considered at this light. Also, the builder says that the residents are, from this project, are going to be coming around walking to all the businesses. Well, we still need those crosswalks. I don't know how they're going around the circle, because the builder says he's going to take care of those in his development and for Runkin Pratt. But there are still other crosswalks that need to be in that circle and down Westlake Road. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this project? Anyone? Come forward.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ron Willard, Senior, and I'm the guy that created this so-called opportunity community and a place for people to live, work, and play. And I'm very proud of it. This hampering of the design of the roads is utterly ridiculous. We spent a lot of money putting in Westlake Road, doing that big circle in order to be able to handle this traffic flow. The street of Professional Drive is 30 feet wide. We could easily develop that street to be 18 foot wide, and it would be no problem, even as low as 16, but we'd have to got an exception to do that. But we have prepared this project for this example. As the other 60 acres we own between this project and Booker T develops, we will have to add more turn lanes, more decel lanes, and another light. All the problems that my good neighbors are having will be resolved as time goes on. I want to thank them and you, and I want to thank all the respect from my company. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? If you need to speak to this project, please come forward. State your name and address. All right, with that being said, I'm going to go back into a closed hearing, and I'm going to ask the board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, may I make it just a couple ancillary remarks?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to disclose, and I didn't say it earlier, discussions have been had with Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen regarding rumble strips and traffic bumps. And they could more readily speak to that if they so desire this evening. It's on our radar. I don't know how you're going to, I mean, in my estimation, it was in the area of Professional Drive that is adjacent to your property in the project. But you could probably speak more to that in a moment, if you would. And the other thing, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request an additional condition of my colleagues here on the board. And I have discussed this with the developer as to a condition that says no short-term rentals will be allowed. And my understanding is Nationwide does not have that in their projects to begin with. As PCD, short-term rentals would be allowed with a special use permit. But again, if you could speak more towards the covenants and those types of things that would come in on the front end with respect to short-term rentals, and then the rumble strips and speed bumps.
All right, anyone else got any comments or questions?
I have one comment. Before we make a motion and vote on this, I would like for the board to entertain that crosswalks be one of the conditions Mr. Kurtz, I believe, mentioned some shrubbery screening, maybe some discussion on that, and possibly some fencing when the construction is started as conditions of this project.
Ms. Cooper, did you not touch on that earlier? Not the fencing, but for the crosswalks?
I did, there is a condition, I guess I should go up here, sorry. There is a condition in number 5 that will include crosswalks at the entrance to the new community. So the crosswalks will be on Professional Drive only,
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman?
as the condition is written now.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, and it begs clarification. Some of the conditions that I received, and I think you received as well, from Mr. Roethlisberger, spoke to, there are conditions that they've listed that is under no control of the county. There are conditions they're requesting that would require permission from the Willards and Brian Runk and Runk and Pratt. And so we cannot concede legally even to conditions for which we have no control and purview.
That's true. If we don't have control over that, there's nothing, we can't make a,
Mr.
we can't
Chairman,
make a ruling on it.
can I make a statement? There will be landscaping provisions on their property.
Mr.
where they're
Rosen
develop-
already addressed that.
Right, there will be. And just another clarification, the short-term rentals in the PCD, they're by right.
Mr. Rosen already addressed but he also stated Runk and Pratt had to agree to it. That's what they,
Could I address the
Yes, sir, come up.
short term?
state your name and address.
Court Rosen, 3934 Electric Road in Roanoke. To address the 2 points, in all the communities we do, we put within the covenants that there's a minimum length of rental that has to be 6 months. So we control that internally, but if that's a condition, Supervisor Smith, that you would like to add, I think we would be fine with that. That would be something that would be within our covenants anyway, so we gladly accept that. The rumble strips or speed bumps, on a finished road, I think that's a bad idea. When it snows, they get torn out, and then you've got asphalt everywhere, and then it creates a safety hazard if residents are walking to their mailboxes. During construction, we're happy to put those down. The construction entrance, we've committed to the county that we'll just direct all construction to one entrance, and we're happy to put that before that. I will tell you that yesterday during my conversation with Mr. Roethlisberger and Mr. DeWalt, one of their comments was they were worried about noise from traffic, and when you add a speed bump, you're going to really increase the traffic for every single car that hits the speed bump. So we're happy to do it. I don't necessarily think that it's in the best interests of the Runk and Pratt neighbors if they're concerned about noise. So really happy to do it however you all prefer.
Thank you, Court.
How do you feel about, sir, Mr. Rosen? How do you feel about a temporary fence for the noise that was asked for?
I don't think it'll control the noise, but Alexander?
Typically, construction sites in urban areas are fenced. Typically, in areas such as this are not fenced because they're much larger areas.
Okay.
They really don't do anything as far as noise. They do them typically for safety in urban areas where you're really building around sidewalks and in cities.
You answered my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I just have a comment to follow up on Mr. Rosen about the rumble strips. I was in a commercial location that had rumble strips. He's exactly right. Elderly people fell over those things. The rescue squad came every day, and when they plowed the snow, they plowed them
It
up.
just digs them up.
They're a problem.
They make a problem.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I know that the residents, I had talked about that with the residents, so that's how that got brought forward.
And as I said, we're happy to do it.
I know,
I think
I know.
it will be a distraction and disturbance to
If
them
it's not
more
good
than it will
planning,
be a
then-
safety issue.
Thank you. Any more questions for these fellows? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to offer a motion when you're ready.
Well, when we're ready. We're not. All right, I'm opening it to the board. You got any more discussion or any comments? Any members?
I would like to make one comment. I've listened very carefully to the citizens of Runk and Pratt, and I wish there were more provisions I could put in this, but evidently I can't. And and I'm putting my faith in Mr. Boone and Mr. Rosen. I knew Mr. Boone's grandparents very well in Roanoke, and they were upstanding people. So I'll take him as a man of his word that he's going to try to work with you folks to the best of his ability.
Yes. I have to echo the same thing. Anyone else? All right, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, before I introduce the motion, is the board in concurrence to add a condition for no short-term rentals?
I don't think it's needed. I think he.
I think they said they were gonna take care of it.
Is that, just leave it alone?
We're happy to have it if you wanted it. If you feel like that's needed, we're happy for that to be part of it. I think our covenants will preclude.
That's all I need to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I find that the use will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the use permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for the development of multifamily 96 units and townhouses 62 units with the 10 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission with modifications to conditions 1, 5, and 9.
Need a second?
Second.
We have a second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, at this time, before we go into our next public hearing, I'm gonna take a 10-minute.
Yes. Yes, I am. This is also a zoning map amendment. It's the last one of the evening. This property is 1.93 acres. It's zoned B2 General Business. And the purpose of this zoning map amendment is to remove some existing proffers off of an old rezoning for the property in order to develop a car wash and a small drive-through restaurant on this property. We're still in the Gills Creek election district. We're still in the Westlake Hills Ford designated growth area, and you're still dealing with a future land use of commercial mixed use. Just to give you a brief overview, in May of 2003, the Board of Supervisors approved a rezoning of a little over 57 acres from A1 to B2 for the purpose of development for retail, commercial, professional offices, and other businesses. And in that rezoning, there was 9 proffers. This request is to remove proffers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 from the original 2003 rezoning. We'll go into detail, a little bit of detail about those. The property is currently undeveloped. It actually has 3 ways. It's on 3 streets. It's on Route 122, Brookview Lane, and Parkcrest Drive, and those 2 are private roads. But at some point, it is the intention for those to be taken into the state system, and when they were built to state standards. Around this property, you have B2 zoning, PCD zoning. Obviously, we just talked about across the street, which is PCD. I've already said that's in the Westlake Hills Ford designated growth area. The applicant in their letter stated that, it faces 3 streets. It does. So this can sometimes negatively impact potential development because you have to deal with different setbacks. And getting rid of the proffers will allow development to take place easier. This property will also be served by water and sewer from Western Virginia Water Authority. Staff, prior to the Planning Commission meeting, did not receive any calls or any emails, and we have not received, as far as I know, anything prior to your public hearing tonight. We'd like to give you a vicinity map. Of course, you know where we are. We're in the Westlake area. We also like to give you an aerial view. This is the property that we're talking about. So you see the 3 streets. This is your zoning map This is Zone B2. This is your PCD. This is your future land use, and you'll notice that a lot of the area is commercial mixed use. This is the conceptual plan that the developer has given to you all to see. One of the main access to the property will be here.
Looks nice.
And this is the car wash, and this is the small drive-through restaurant. So the applicant wants to remove certain proffers, so I'm going to go over them briefly and tell you that staff and obviously the Planning Commission all agreed. Proffer 1 is one of our usuals. It has to be built substantial to the rezoning back in 2003. So we don't have a problem with removing this proffer due to the fact that there is a new conceptual plan proposed. And you will notice in your packet of information, in your transmittal, that the proffer now will be substantially in compliance with the one that I just showed you. Proffers 2 through 4 require the applicant to coordinate with VDOT and other developers to complete traffic engineering and drainage review, obtaining an entrance permit for VDOT, the issuance of a building permit, being in conjunction with everything that VDOT is requiring. If VDOT does not approve the entrance permit for the use, no construction can commence. Streets in the project will be built to VDOT standards for the inclusion of the state highway system and maintenance. So those were 2 through 4, the proffers. Staff and Planning Commission does not have a problem with removing them. One reason is because the roads are already built to state standards. They're already in. They will have to get an entrance permit for Brookview, but they should not have trouble. All of the drainage and a lot of the traffic engineering was done when the development was developed in 2003 and 2004. There is another proffer that was added, that the entrance on Route 122, in order for that to be used, the applicant would have to do a traffic narrative and analysis, which is required if the development is requiring access to VDOT, the state maintained road. So basically this entrance right here the proffer says basically it will be blocked off until improvements are done to 122, especially at Parkcrest. Proffer 6 states that the applicant will obtain necessary easements prior to construction on off-site mass drain fields. These drain fields are not required anymore, so we do not have problems removing Proffer 6 because Western Virginia Water Authority is how we get our water and sewer. So drain fields will not be required by this developer. They will just have to work with Western Virginia Water Authority. Another proffer has been added that Parkview and Brookview Lane be brought into the state secondary system in order the developer to request a waiver for a subdivision that they might want to do to separate into 2 parcels. So that both businesses can operate separately. They can operate on the same parcel if they choose. But what the proffer says is basically they are going to bond improvements to Parkview and Brookview Lane based on a punch list by VDOT. And that's one of the proffers that were added. And like I said before, these roads were built to state standards 20 years ago. I told you about the proffer for Route 122. The design and placement on the entrances should prove to contribute positively to the overall connectivity to the network that exists around the subject property. I talked about how the stub out to Booker T could be used. Pedestrians are a large part of our designated growth area. the importance of sidewalks. If you look at the conceptual plan, there are sidewalks on Route 122, Park Crest, and Brookview. The proposed zoning map amendment being requested by this applicant would be inconsistent with your comprehensive plan and your Westlake Hellsford area goals and strategies. Commercial uses proposed are what we expect to see in the DGA to benefit the traveling public, the tourists, and the individuals that live in the area. This type of development is something that we expect to see in a designated growth area. Planning Commission concluded that the zoning map to remove proffers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 to allow the car wash and the small drive-through restaurant would not be in substantial detriment to adjacent properties, change in the character of the zoning district, and would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of this chapter. Your Planning Commission held their public hearing actually a month ago, and they came up with 8 proffers. The first one is one I talked about, the substantial conformance to the October 15th conceptual plan. As part of site plan, they will have to adhere with all the necessary approvals for Western Virginia Water Authority. Also, as site plan approval, they will have to adhere to all erosion settlement control, stormwater regulations, and building regulations. The applicant shall not have access to Booker T. Washington Highway, Route 122, until improvements have been made at the intersection of Park Crest and Route 122. The property can be subdivided and a waiver granted by the subdivision agents once a bond is in place to bring Park Crest Drive and Brookview Lane into the VDOT secondary system. The estimate will be prepared by an engineer based on VDOT's punch list of improvements that need to be completed to bring the roads into the state system. As part of the site plan approval, the applicant shall install sidewalks along Route 122, Park Crest Drive, and Brookview Lane, and they are shown on the conceptual plan. The last two, 7 and 8, come over from the 2003 rezoning, and basically the applicant is proffering out all these permitted uses on that property, and the developer is also, or the applicant is also proffering out all of these special use permits on that property. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you have. Excuse me.
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
And the applicant developer is here.
Anyone? Is Ms. Cooper, is Mr. Arnold here?
Pardon me?
Is Mr. Arnold here?
Not Mr. Arnold. Mr. Price and Boyle is here to talk to you about their development.
Okay.
And they have a very short PowerPoint.
Come forward, gentlemen.
You should be able to use theirs.
Okay. My name is Ben Price, and this is my business partner, Jason Boyle. We are 1520 North Main Street, Blacksburg, Virginia. And Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors, we are very grateful and excited to talk to you this evening about our potential project. Our main goal this evening is really quickly, we want to be respectful of your time. We know it's been a long evening, but this project is important to us, and we know that you know it's important to the county too. So if you just give us a few minutes and we'll get through this presentation. We want to talk a little bit about our company, how long we've been in business, because that's important to us. We do a lot of work in Montgomery County. We've worked in Roanoke. We've done some projects here around the lake. So our reputation and our relationships where we work with folks is very important to us. So the project team for this project, of course, Green Valley Builders, that's us. We are the general contractor and developer. We have a couple engineering firms that I'm sure you all are familiar with, AccuPoint and Balzer and Associates, that we've worked with over more than 20 plus years and worked on a lot of really great projects. This is our main general contracting development team, Jason. His little brother Justin could not be here, and myself. And just a quick kind of funny story, we all grew up down the street from each other like little kids. And him and his brother used to beat me up, and now we're business partners. So I don't know. We can tell you more of that on another day. But we do a lot of commercial, multifamily, mixed use, residential. We work hard and we do what we say we're going to do. And if you ask around and try to learn more about us, we do have a very good record of doing high quality projects. So again, if you give us the opportunity to work in the county, we're going to make sure we put something out there that's very good for the community. Real quick, this is just some highlights of some of our projects. Again, we think it's important for y'all to know the people behind who you're making decisions on. This is some student housing, multifamily, workforce housing that's 4-story wood structure on a podium slab we worked on.
Where are they at?
Those are in Blacksburg, sir.
Thank you.
We've done some hot yoga studios. If y'all are into yoga, we do veterinary clinics. We do some nice single family like duplex. Somebody might be, I don't know. We do some nice single family duplex developments and a lot of really nice high quality townhouse developments and lots of stuff that we've worked on, but we wanted y'all to see some of the stuff that we've worked on over the years. Now that we've talked a little bit about our company, I'm going to let Jason talk a little more specifically about our project. I do want to say we've enjoyed working with the planning commissioners and the staff here at the county. It's been a really good experience, and I think Mrs. Cooper and Mrs. Franklin have really worked well with us. I think she explained everything pretty well, but we're going to let Jason talk a little bit about it. Thank you.
Hello, guys. We feel our project will provide 2 high-quality commercial uses to the Westlake area. These will be long-term businesses who will become vested in the community. We have looked at many different layout options for this property to enhance efficiency for both people and vehicles. We feel our plan is extremely efficient and will allow the public to visit these businesses stress-free and as frequently as they desire. We have designed the site with 2 to 3 times the amount of on-site vehicle stacking to ensure there will be no additional traffic on the main road when people are trying to visit the site. We also provide landscaping and buffering against all streets to create a well-thought-out, aesthetically appealing development with great curb appeal. Another item we'd like to address is the subdivision we are requesting. In our experience, businesses like this that want to become established in a community prefer to own the land their business is located on. This would require subdivision so individual ownership could take place. We know and feel strongly about this as we would be owning and operating the car wash ourselves as the business owner. So, I think that kind of speaks for itself, unless you guys have any questions about that.
Do you have any information on the restaurant?
Yes, we're currently working with Starbucks.
Okay.
To be located there. So this, they have a lot of requirements for their sites. It's a pretty rigorous little exercise actually to make everything work on there. And they're pretty happy with our current layout as we have it shown, and it meets all the stuff they want to see on a site.
Thank you. I wish somebody would do a Cracker Barrel.
I like Cracker Barrel.
My kids do too. They love
We would be golden, right, Ronnie?
We would.
Yes, yes.
We've been saying that for a couple years now.
And this is just a couple pictures of what we envision it to kind of look like. Both nice buildings. We'll make them fit in with the surrounding architecture, and that it should fit in nicely. So the car wash is a tunnel type car wash. You don't get out of your vehicle. You go right through, and then you can either leave or stay there and vacuum out if you'd like. And then of course the Starbucks is a normal setup. You can go in or drive through either one.
That's all we got. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you again for your time. I know it's been a long evening, but we're happy to answer any questions or comments.
Anyone got any questions for these gentlemen?
Just one clarification,
Okay.
if I may. So the ingress or egress off of 122 will be dependent upon what VDOT conveys are going to be their requirements in terms of traffic narrative or turn lanes?
Yeah, I think that pretty much, I think it's known that adding traffic to that entrance into the existing business there would trigger improvements needed to be made to the intersection of 122 and Parkcrest. So I think that Lisa came up with a really great idea for us actually to be able to not use that entrance for our development until the improvements have been made at some point in the future to the intersection of Parkcrest and 122.
So you're going to be coming in off of Brookview?
Yes.
Okay, so you're coming off of 122, driving by Rock Outdoors and coming in the back way?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And
and
then
so this is all predicated on the intersection improvements?
using the entrance onto 122 is predicated on those improvements, yes.
Okay, and do you envision those improvements being made as part of your requirements with VDOT?
I can speak to this one. So we are very transparent, so we will share kind of how we feel on this issue. There is, without us even doing any development to this parcel, as I'm sure you guys know, there's already triggers for improvements, regardless of whether our project gets approved, which obviously we hope it does because we will do a very nice project. So with that said, we think it would be a lot to expect all of these traffic improvements to be burdened on this last 1.96 acres, right? We're just being transparent and honest with everyone. However, we are open to working on solutions with the county or whoever else may be involved to resolve the signals that are already being warranted without us even putting a shovel in the ground, if you guys understand where we're coming from. I mean, I think we want to do business with the county. We want to do a nice project, and we just want to be fair and reasonable, if that answers your question.
It makes perfect sense, and that's the answer I was hoping to hear.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have done, as part of the presentation was in order for the subdivision to take place, that the other two streets will have to be taken into the state system.
That's a good point.
And that is quite a bit. They were built to state standards, but the preliminary estimates that we have to take those roads to bring them into the system is substantial. So it would be definitely a commitment on our part for sure to do that.
And so just to be clear, that would be on us.
Yeah.
To bring, because right now, as you guys know, Parkcrest and Brookview are private, and it is our understanding the county wants those to be taken into the VDOT system. So that would actually be a requirement if we subdivide, which we plan on doing, is that we're going to have to, like Jason had mentioned, it's a pretty significant investment, but we think it's good for the project in its entirety to do that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody else got any questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna close the closed hearing, open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, you got anyone signed up to speak?
I have no one signed up.
Is there anyone here wish to speak to this project? If so, come forward and state your name and address. Anyone at all? Last chance. I'll close the public hearing. Open it to the board. What's your pleasure?
I can offer a motion if there's no comments or inquiries, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to.
Anybody here? All right then, if there's no comments, I'll open it up for a motion.
I will, Mr. Chairman. I find that the rezoning will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such rezoning will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, comprehensive plan with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a zoning map amendment to remove proffers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 from the original rezoning to allow for the development of car wash and small drive-through restaurant as recommended by the Planning Commission in accordance with the 8 proffers.
All right, we need, Tim made a second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Unanimous vote. Thank you all for your time. All right, we have several appointments. Mr. Whitlow's going to read them, and then I'll ask for the motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's several here, and this should be on the board's attachment. It's attachment number 8. There's some that will likely need to wait until January, the first 3, as we're still gathering information on some of those. But then we have a few others. Terms expired in December. The Gills Creek District Ag Development Committee, currently that seat's held by Randy Hodges.
Are you dealing with these individually?
All right, with that, all right, need a motion to
Yes, sir.
approve?
Yes, sir. I would move to reappoint Randall Hodges on behalf of the Gills Creek District to the Ag Development Board with a term to commence January 1st, 2025.
Need a second? Tim made a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, say no. All right, that passed unanimous.
The next one on the Ag Development Committee is the Blue Ridge District, currently represented by Christopher Brooks.
I need, anybody any comment or any questions? All right, I need to make a motion.
I make a motion, actually, I want to reappoint Mr. Brooks to the Ag Development Commission with his term starting January 1, 2025, and he will be representing the Blue Ridge District.
All right, need a second?
Second.
We had 2 or 3 seconds there. Madam Clerk, you take your choice. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous vote there.
The next one we have, Mr. Chairman, this evening on the Building Code of Appeals. This would be a reappointment. John Jones, the term ends December 31st, and that would be a reappointment. I think he has been contacted and wishes that to serve again.
Need a motion on that one?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, say no. All right, passed 100%.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next one, also the Board of Building Code of Appeals. Currently, that seat is held by Walter Harper, who has advised he does not wish to continue serving. He recently retired and looks forward, I think, to his retirement. So this would need to be a new appointment to fill that position.
That was the one I was supposed to make for you.
You're supposed to make it.
Yeah, I make a motion that we make that appointment for Brian Bernard. And this starts, I guess, starts January 1, 2025.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimous.
Okay, the next one, Mr. Chairman, is Jody Lyons, who currently serves on the Building Code of Appeals, and he has expressed interest to serving again.
Need a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we need all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, state no. There's no opposition. Mr. Whitlow.
All right, the next one I have, Mr. Chairman, is Supervisor Mike Carter, who currently serves on the Social Services Board of Directors, and I think who has signaled that he wishes or would serve again. I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah, I would be honored to serve again.
Need a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, next.
Okay, the next one, Mr. Chairman, is the West Piedmont Planning District Commission, and this seat's currently held by Nick Mitchell. I think he signaled that he would like to serve again, but again, I'll.
You okay, Nick? I need a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Second?
I made the motion.
Tim Tatum. Second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against, say no. 100%.
Okay, the next
Thank
one.
you, Nick. Thank you, Mike.
The next one, Mr. Chairman, is also the West Piedmont Planning District Commission. That current board seat's held by Tim Tatum, who I think has signaled that he would serve again.
You okay? Need a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, these next ones, Mr.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr.
All right, now you're ready. Okay. Mr. Chairman, these next ones are with the West Virginia Regional Jail Authority. Currently, by bylaws, I serve as the county administration seat, but my alternate has been Brian Carter, and so would need that appointment. And of course, we're obviously willing to serve again, Mr. Chairman.
Need a motion?
I will.
Motion made and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
The next one on the Regional Jail Authority is the sheriff holds that seat, and Dwayne Amos is his current alternate. I don't necessarily, I think that's by default where he makes that appointment, but to be safe, since we have it before you, Mr. Chairman, we may want the board to make those appointments as well.
okay, well, I need a motion. Need a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone saying no? Okay, unanimous.
All right, Mr. Chairman, this next one, I certainly will not speak for you, Mr. Chairman, but you currently serve on the West Virginia Regional Jail Authority.
I'll take that back. Be honored to.
And also, Mr. Tim Tatum serves as the alternate.
You do that. All right, let's make a motion for both of them together.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion on the floor. Need a second?
Second.
A second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
All right. And finally, Mr. Chairman, our public safety director, prior public safety director, retired earlier this year. And so our new public safety director, Chief Mike Fowler, that appointment would serve to represent the county on the Western Virginia Emergency Medical Services. It's for a 3-year term.
You need a motion for that?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposition.
Okay, and
All right.
those are the appointments, Mr. Chairman.
That's every one of them?
Yes, sir, for this month.
All right, I know there's some more that's going to be done next month, but we have to check with some individuals before we're prepared to make those. So thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to the individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon the second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, do you have one signed up?
Brian Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Arrington represents a group of contractors, and he asked me if he could have 5 minutes. He speaks for several.
And there's nobody else here other than Mr. Arrington to speak to this?
No, there's no one else speaking on this particular matter, sir.
Okay, you have your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brian Arrington. I'm from Ferrum, Virginia, and I do not point this at any particular person. I'm not going after anyone in particular, but we have a system here in the county with our permit system that I think is a broken system. I just recently purchased a 6.7 acre tract of land with intentions of dividing it because what seems to be a hot topic in Franklin County is affordable housing. And when I say affordable, I'm trying to keep it under $300,000. Well, it's through this project that was purchased on July the 1st, I have over 8 weeks of time tied up through whether it be planning and zoning or the health department. And I recently went back to the health department after repeated calls requesting that my paperwork be processed. And I was told that they have 60 days to process this paperwork, and that really didn't know why I had returned in such a short period of time, that needed to wait out my time. Well, come to find out, after I had already called, that paperwork was laying on a desk, and had been laying on a desk for an additional week. At that time, I requested that I be handed that paperwork so I could return it to planning and zoning. Now, mind you, I've paid for the soil scientist. I have paid for the survey. That stack of papers that is in their hand is $4,000 out of my pocket. Okay? I was not allowed to take that paperwork from the health department back to planning and zoning. Not gonna have it. So I left there, came to planning and zoning, and requested that they go back over and get the paperwork. Well, she was polite, but she said, it's not ready. I was just over there. It's not signed off on. Well, it wasn't signed off on because it was in a stack of papers where it had been laying for a week. Well, I'm a small investor. Time is money. And I don't know how it affects you all, but that was 2 months out of a project that I could not get paid. And in that 2 months, I lost a buyer for my house because I couldn't give them a time frame as to when I could sell it. And to me, someone looking at you going 60 days should be an acceptable amount of time for a well, septic, or a plat review. I don't think that's acceptable. I mean, I think this is something that we need to look at. We keep talking about development in the county. If you're holding up a project of this scale, a 6.7 acre tract of property being held up for 2 months through the permit process, I think we have a problem. And I personally, I'm not going to bring other contractors into this. A lot of them didn't want to be here tonight because they didn't want any more light put on their projects in fear that they may be slowed up through this permit process. That shouldn't be the way we are. We should be able to come here without fear of retaliation through the agencies that we are paying for. So I appreciate your consideration in this, and I think we should all take a little look at what we've got going on here in the county.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Have a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
We talked about this earlier. Staff's going to look into it through our state representatives. Madam Clerk?
Scott Chase.
Good evening, Chairman, Franklin County Board of Supervisors, the people of Franklin County. My name is Scott Chase. I live at 1335 Log Cabin Drive in Henry. And also wanting to mention about the people of Franklin County. I'm here to bring them in as well. We, a group of men and women in the Franklin County, come before you in peace and pray that what we say this evening will help you know that we want only good for this county and this Board of Supervisors, and that we are here to support the people of Franklin County. County Settlement, Covenant Franklin County. Preamble. We, the sovereign people living on the land in Franklin County, Virginia, a free and independent state, in order to live together in harmony under common law of the Almighty Creator, to facilitate the avoidance of disputes, to facilitate the quick settlement of disputes which might arise, to provide for organized defense of life, liberty, and private property, to protect and administer public property for the benefit of the inhabitants, and to make certain limited agreements with other settlements of sovereign people for mutual benefit, ordain common accord and recognition of the following. Notice, date Friday, November 15th, 2024, comes now. Independence of Franklin County, inhabitants, of Franklin County by absolute writ of habeas corpus and with absolute resolve, rebut all corporate authority. And with absolute resolve, rebut all corporate authority. County Settlement Covenant in Franklin County, Original Assembly and Library of Records on date September the 6th, 2024. I yield.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Jerry Lee Hodges.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lee of the Hodges family, and I'm going to continue. I live at 980 Hers Branch, Fern, Virginia, 24088. I'm going to continue Scott's issue there with this continuation. I will continue where the previous speaker left off. We, the people of Franklin County, gives this county settlement announcement. Franklin County settlement covenant and in harmony with all 95 counties and all 39 independent cities we find. Article 1, by Almighty God granting us freedom by unanimous decree, the local peoples in local peaceable lawful assembly and settlement covenant in Virginia, a free and independent state, a member with other free and independent states, also known as Republic for the United States of America, set forth the following affirmations. Section 1, local people and family of man and woman, centered in Almighty God, live on local land and use rights of way in people jurisdiction and grace affirmed by the authority of the unanimous Declaration of Independence, circa 1776 and Bill of Rights, Articles the 5th, 7th, 9th, 10th, 11th, circa 1787 through 1791, recirculated 2024 and beyond the reach of predator others, and also living in friendship and in peace treaty, circa 1789 through 1791 and beyond the reach of predator others, and also affirmed by the Constitution of Virginia, circa 1776, Article 5 of the Judiciary, circa 1830, Virginia Constitution and the Covenant of Virginia, a free and independent state, circa 2021. The Franklin County Committee of Safety is now lawfully recognized. I'm speaking to the Board of Supervisors and the people of Franklin County. The Franklin County Committee of Safety is now lawfully recognized on the land, making our county de jure on the land. This lawful process gives the people of this county in peaceable assembly constitutional right of sovereign governance under the laws of the original Virginia Constitution. May God's blessings be on all of us. I'd like to give the document here to the clerk to put into the minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Madam Clerk, you got anyone else?
Heather Bingham.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Heather Bingham, and I reside at 55 Woodbridge Circle in Moneta, and I'm happy to be here. I just want to follow up with what the two previous gentlemen mentioned. We are organized now lawfully as a de jure committee of safety under common law, and we hope that we can support the people of this county, this great county, and this beautiful state of Virginia to exercise our sovereign rights. And we hope to work together with this corporate entity that the County of Franklin is. We also understand that it may take some time for us to come together, but we are grateful for the opportunity, and we want you to know that we appreciate all that you do, and we hope to be able to work with you in the future. If you have any questions and would like to learn more, we have information that we're happy to share. And this message is for all those here that are in the audience as well. We have some information for you if you're interested in learning more about what we do. We teach common and equity law, and we do it with an effort to, again, support people in their sovereign rights under the original Constitution of Virginia. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Have a Merry Christmas, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That's all I have.
Is there anyone else here, even though you didn't sign up, would like to address the board on a matter? If so, come forward, state your name and address. Anyone at all? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to close the public comment. All right, at this time, I want to open it up for other matters by supervisors.
Chairman,
Mr. Tatum.
I just have a couple of things. One, at the West Piedmont Planning District meeting this past Thursday night, they asked that we go back to our localities and put together a project priorities list of priorities that, you know, we would like to see West Piedmont Planning Commission focus on for each locality. I think most everybody was in agreement that housing is top on the list, and certainly broadband, and you know, so West Piedmont is working diligently on both of those issues. But if there's anything else that you would like me to add to that list to convey to them, just shoot me an email the next day or so that I can get that to them, and they're just gonna put it on their list of to-do list for the upcoming year, make sure that all that gets addressed.
All right.
And also, we had a speaker here tonight, and I've had a number of complaints, and I know Mr. Jamison, Mr. Mitchell, and I'm sure all of us have had complaints from contractors with issues with permitting, and we bring those questions here and look into it, and too often we find out that it's the health department, and of course the health department is a state agency and it's out of our control. But we need, I think we try to sell our county as being a county that people can come here, build here, live here, work here, and then they have these issues. If the health department's out of our control, then let's find someone that they do answer to and see how can we correct this problem? It's a problem. If we don't do anything, it's gonna stay a problem, it's only gonna get worse. And I think we need to see what we need to do, who we need to call, what trees we need to shake to fix this problem, come up with a solution. One idea that I thought about, is there a way that we as a locality to these contractors that are getting held up on construction, if we could issue a provisional permit to allow them to at least get started, so that they're not sitting on their hands and tying up time and equipment and money and not being able to do anything because they're waiting on these permits. I'm not asking for the answer tonight. Let's look into it. Let's think it out. It's a problem, and we need to address it. And I see a lot. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. It's not new. It has gotten better, but it's going back. And I say it's gotten better. It's gotten better on our end, thank goodness. I think John and his crew do a wonderful job. And they are short-staffed.
Yeah.
And we need to fix that. But with the health department being a state agency, let's see if we can make contact with someone that can help us with this problem. And it's ridiculous for a contractor to go in there and they tell him, well, we have 60 days. That's the man's supposed to stop his lifestyle, his livelihood for 60 days, waiting on them to get their act straight. So we can't control them, Mr. Arrington, but we'll do our best to find out somebody that can.
Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for coming out. And that's all I have.
I agree, as we talked about this earlier. I think we need to get staff, and I'll ask for a consensus on this with the board. I think we need to get staff to develop a letter and send it to Senator Stanley and Delegate Davis for help, since this is a state agency. And I see everybody shaking their head on this. Okay, is that agreeable with everybody and a consensus, Mr. Jameson?
I agree with Tim there. But I think health department's the health department. But if we got, for instance, if our building department is waiting on the health department to review a plan, can we do them at the same time? They may be doing it, I don't know, but I'd like to sit down with the health department, with the building department, and go over some ideas and get their feedback on it and see what we can do.
Maybe we can do that, have them in a work session, maybe even in January before the new tax season starts.
What about contact with the commissioner?
I think that'd be a good idea.
I think going directly to the head of the beast, if you will, the commissioner, and then letting our legislators know we're doing that to bolster anything they can do on their end. But there are many times in the work that we do that it doesn't reach the right person's desk, if you
Yeah.
will. So I would say let's get the commissioner intimately involved. If we do a letter, let's follow it up with a phone call and call attention to it.
Well, and for the health department and building and planning and zoning or whoever, instead of, as Brian said, his paperwork sat on a desk for how long? Instead of pushing people away and telling them to go to a website and sign up. You know, my mom called the health department today to get a plat for where a septic is, and they sent her to a website, and I looked it up, and I couldn't find it. I looked for 20 minutes.
It's ridiculous.
You know, and some people aren't savvy enough to do that, so.
And see, our hands are tied because it's a state. It's not a county.
Let's bring
If it-
them down here.
Huh?
Let's bring a rep from the
I mean,
commissioner's
we
office.
need, we need to get somebody up here to answer this. And I mean, make a, you know, squeaky wheel gets the grease, and we need to start squeaking a little bit. Huh? We need to start squeaking a little bit because this is not fair. That gentleman said he had $4,000 tied up in his projects and lost a sale. I mean, that's uncalled for.
They do it because they can.
Well, that's exactly right.
Right.
You can't argue that.
Yeah.
They do it because they can. All right, anyone else?
I had just a couple quick issues,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. First of all, I don't recall the holiday calendar for our landfill, not landfill, but our collection sites and/or landfill. Thanksgiving and Christmas Day, I do not think our employees need to be working at these collection sites on those two holidays. My husband and I were driving down through there Thanksgiving, and he just said, Lori, y'all are making those folks work on Thanksgiving Day. And he said they need to be with their families. And I don't know what our past history or protocols or rationale have been, but I would like to take it under consideration if it's something within reasonable purview for the administration to take a look at and make a recommendation to the board.
I brought that up in the past. I don't think they need to be working on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
I don't either.
I got some bears that can fill in for them. So.
Huh?
I got some bears.
Some bears.
But I really do want to speak on behalf of our employees. Those are sacred times for families. And so I'd like to bring that to the front. The other thing is, I've sent you all intermittently some stuff from VACO and from other publications regarding what's coming down the road with regard to our local autonomy and authority on utility solar farms. And it is in our face almost. And my opinion is that what the state's doing, the State Corporation Commission, it looks to me that they're trying to spoon feed this thing to the rural localities by saying, we're going to set up this panel. I think it's going to be called the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation. And basically, just to kind of lowball it, the localities will make decisions on utility solar farms. If we say no and we vote against it, then there's like a 30-day period that they can appeal it to the State Corporation Commission, and they can override our decision. And where that's headed, in my opinion, is it's going to end up with that group probably dissolving at some point, with complete local autonomy being taken off the table on utility solar farms. And it's because the data centers in Northern Virginia are nowhere close to having the power they need. And so where's the land? It's down here in our beautiful county and in Southwest Virginia. So I know Joe Lurch at VACO he's all over this, as well as all of the energy issues. He's done some podcasts on the VACO website that we could access as well. But Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if we should get Joe to come down and spend some work session time with us on fully understanding this, and to look at what we as a municipality with VACO support and their line of thinking, how we can really do more than just, screaming about it on a legislative agenda. Because this is coming, it's here, and I am furious about it.
I have no problem with it on my part. How about the rest of you?
I'd like to hear more about it.
Seem like everybody.
Could I make a comment on that, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
quickly? I know everybody wants to go home. I went to the VACO, one of the conferences that was concerning Dominion Energy and Power, And I think it's not only solar, I think it's going to be natural gas-fired power plants. And I think a lot of this is going to end up like Mountain Valley Pipeline is going to fall under the purview of FERC. It's going to be federal projects, and it's going to be to power these data centers. And Dominion has, and it's on their website, you can read it, they've announced the plan to build 6 natural gas-fired power plants between now and 2028. And common sense would tell you that's going to have to be located near a major gas line, which would be Mountain Valley Pipeline. So I think we could be wide open for one of those type power plants to come here to possibly power one or several data centers. And it may not be anything we can say about it.
Well, and I don't even know if we have anything codified on these gas plants or
I don't
battery
think it would
storage
matter because
plants.
it's going to be a FERC
Yeah,
deal.
the reality for me is we've got to learn if we need to take some action locally in, via ordinance or what have you, let's figure out what we can do. Let's put up the safeguards that we can and that are reasonable and protect our county appropriately. And I mean, of course, all of us as a board, we would need to be in concurrence on this. But I think we need to start by learning where the rubber's hitting the road right now, because it's no longer an in the future thing. And it's happening. And I don't feel that we are fully informed and protected, or if we can even protect ourselves. But I think we need to figure that out.
When you got the power of eminent domain and the authority of eminent domain, your hands are pretty much tied there, and that's what's aggravating that the gas company did and everything. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to follow up on the discussion here, Monday, the Virginia's Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, JLARC, issued their study on data centers and the effect in Virginia on power and then power needs in Virginia. And it is a very complex issue. I will be sending a communication out to you, the board, tomorrow, a summary of the JLARC study. A lot of articles this week, a lot of discussion around the state and the General Assembly this week concerning balancing the need, certainly, of economic development drivers like data centers, but yet also energy consumption and energy demand with the Virginia Clean Energy Bill of more carbon neutral and so forth by 2040, 2045. It's really taken a life of its own. The General Assembly, there will be a lot of robust discussion. Not sure where the General Assembly is going to end up this year with that, but to the board's point, Joe Lurch is with FACO, is a great wealth and resource. And Mr. Chairman, we can reach out to him and see if he can join us at a future meeting to give us an update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quinn? Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say it's great to have you back. I
Thank
want to tell you all what a privilege and honor it's been to serve on this board with you all this year, and the county staff, great folks, and I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Nick?
I'll echo what Mike said. It's great to have 7 votes again. Merry Christmas to everyone. It's a pleasure to have you back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Jamison? Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
All supervisors, staff too, everybody out there. Safe as Christmas.
Again, I have to say, as I said in the beginning to all of you, I appreciate the many phone calls. I hope I returned them all. I don't think I did, but I hope I did. There was 6 weeks there in the hospital and in the nursing home. I do not remember at all, period.
You could use that in some other circumstances, and somebody claims that you didn't do something well. No, I don't recall any
I
of that.
can't do that, though, because I had 3 different therapists or psychiatrists or whatever you call them. They did that thing on my brain, and I aced every test they
Well,
had.
don't tell anybody.
Don't tell nobody.
Don't tell anybody.
But I'm proud of that, though. Judy is too. But anyway,
she's gonna leave on that one.
she's leaving on that. She's coming up here to put her hand over my mouth so I won't talk. But no, I have to thank her for standing by me and my family. And I will tell y'all one thing. I'll tell you up front, the worst part of this whole ordeal was the nursing home. That is horrible. I don't wish that on nobody. I've got one thing, and I'm not going to prolong it anymore because it's after 9 o'clock, and I know everybody wants to go home. But I like to have a few minutes in our next board meeting to talk about Boone's Mill in their tanker. I've had a couple of things that has come to light, and I need to talk about that. And with that being said, I want to wish all of my colleagues on the board a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And all of you folks in the audience, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope Santa's good to everyone, even though you hadn't been good. And Nick, I hope you can take care of some of that yoga stuff that they were talking about earlier.
I'm on it.
You on it? And we will be adjourned until January the 2nd for our organizational meeting. Thank y'all very much.